Hello, welcome back. Another epic day of Satisfactory. I love it. It's like, it's hard to inject energy into this kind of game because it's a chill stream. We're making slow progress, but it's like, yeah, let's go get it. Let's go. Epic. Anyway, good to be back. We're going to be playing Satisfactory today. Apparently, mods are working today, so that's good news, in a way. Not that we use too many mods, but I'll be able to change the time of day. That should be nice. Working in the dark a little less. Also got a cool mod that makes it so that you can apply like the different finishes, but basically any color you want. So that's kind of cool. So it's like, I'll show you in a second, but we can make like a shiny blue and it looks awesome. Those are the two extra mods I'm using. It's just Sky UI and the, can't remember the name of the color mod, but something to do with finishes. Hello Chris, and yeah, apparently we were just talking about this yesterday, but YouTube have actually done something different. There's now a little icon next to everyone's name. I don't know if I can disable this or do anything about it. Not that I mind it, it's just different. I'll show you the chat here. It's just you guys at the moment. But we have community, and it's like a leaderboard, so for every message you send, you get XP. That seems like a bad idea to encourage people just spamming, but really I think what boosts the XP more is super chats and stuff. I mean, I've never seen this before. I just saw it a few minutes ago and I read this. And it says it's a leaderboard and there's XP and you get 3 special badges. I didn't see any of this or get any email or anything about it. It just activated today. Maybe I missed it, but so I just wanted to point that out. It's next to a few people's names. Now, next to Chris's name here, I don't actually see it, but I do in my other chat, so I'm not sure what the deal is there. But, yeah, so kind of interesting, because we were talking about, like, Twitch versus YouTube and stuff yesterday, and I was saying, like, yeah, like, you don't really get anything other than you have the channel membership badge. But now you do. I guess there's other things, kind of. Knowing YouTube, they'll probably just cancel it in a week or two, but something, at least they're doing something. Let's hop on in. Yeah, it's new. I usually watch YouTube streams. This is the first time I've seen it. Yeah, it seems to be just like, just today. Just happened. Didn't... Normally, when there's a new feature rollout, you're asked to participate beforehand, or you'll get like an email about it. I don't think I got anything about this. Just double check, because I'm kind of curious. YouTube has another problem, which is there's spam accounts sending you private videos. And I can't find a way to disable receiving private videos. You get an email about it. And I went through notification settings for, I don't know, man, like an hour probably, trying to find it. I was using AI to try to find it. Just couldn't find a way to disable it. Still can't. And basically, you get it says a private video was shared with you. And the channel name is like official YouTube or YouTube official or something like that. There's obviously just a little scam thing trying to make you think that you're being sent a message from YouTube. And then when you click into it, like, and you click the channel or you click whatever it is, it's already been reported and deleted, but it's like clearly like they're getting through for a minute. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Haven't seen anything about it, this feature. Maybe it wasn't meant to go live this soon. Alright, so I'll show you the painted mod thing. So there's a mod called Extra Finishes, which just adds loads of different colors here. I've lamented in the past that these finishes are all basically the same, they're just different colors. Like the texture isn't changing, so you would argue that the finish isn't different, right? It's not a different kind of material finish, it's really just different shininess to 5 different kind of colors, which is fine, whatever. But someone's just modded it so that when you select shiny now, and then you select a color, whatever that color might be, let's just go to pipe water, maybe, or lime green, whatever. Let me put that down. That's now like the shiny, the kind of finish version. So if I go default to check the difference, so these are the same color code, but one is the metal finish and one isn't. And it looks really, really nice. Then when you combine it with those like console commands, I've already got my console commands active actually. It's just even shinier, so it looks really, really cool. Or I really think it does anyway. And it just gives more customization options, like more metallic finishes, effectively. But one place I noticed I was looking at looks really cool, I think, is down where I have my pipes. So I was looking at sky blue, and I was just coloring these pipes, and I'm like, damn, that looks good. So I'll probably activate this in the main playthrough. So shiny activated. Something about that, man. That, like, electric blue or whatever. Super nice. And then with the console commands making things even shinier. Oh. I think it looks really nice. Very metallic pipes. Anyway, it's like time to get excited for different colors and finishes in Satisfactory. But yeah, so that's just, it's a mod. That's the only mod I have active, and then the time of day one. So those are just the only two I have active right now. 1.1 mods are now compatible, or the mod manager is, but it's up to the authors to actually update. Considering there's only 9 days to go or so until 1.1 becomes public for all, I'd be surprised if people update their mods, like developers, mod authors. If I was them, I would just wait, because there's going to be a patch anyway, so you're going to have to do it again. So I would personally just wait the week, you know, who cares, really. But up to them, it's nice to see some of them. If you can make it compatible easily, then do it. Like I said, this one was just automatically compatible. It actually says on their mod page it's not, but it is. Works fine. The cartograph mod, where it shows you all the buildings, that's not working. I did try it. But there we go. Anyway, if you could, so if I could include something in the game, what would it be? There's loads of things. Well, yeah, not to, because I could talk for hours and hours about that kind of thing. If I could make a DLC, I would focus it on water. I've said this many times, where it's like I would focus on being able to build underwater, do things with water, do things with oxygen and gases a bit more. I'd probably overhaul the fluid system just in the game as well as part of the update for that whole thing. That's where I would go if they were doing DLC. If I could just add anything to the game, it might be honestly something as simple as having your own list of swatches. So you've got the list of these ones, but I wish you could just add your own, similar to how you add blueprints, right? You add them, you make categories, you have as much as you want. I would love that for this. And then, like I said, I'm using a mod now that literally makes it so that we can have finishes just when you select the material type. So now you've got, I think the mod is called like actual shiny materials, something like that. And it's like, yeah, why don't we have that? That'd be great. So I would add maybe something like that. Yesterday I had to set the rates of a bunch of machines because they were all off by a little bit. It'd be nice to be able to select all the machines, maybe with the dismantle tool, and then hit paste, and all your stuff gets pasted onto. So that would be a quality of life thing. I'd probably add a jetpack / hoverpack hybrid that you get later, that you don't have to switch between them, and has more range or something like that. So those are just a couple of things off the top of my head. It's a very small quality of life to a little bit of player freedom to a little bit of to DLC. That'd be kind of what I'd do. Those would be my focus for the next little bit anyway. Definitely overhauling trucks and liquids I think would be helpful for people. And maybe even trains, because not even overhauling, but adding functionality so that more signal types and stuff is good. I don't really want that, but I know a lot of people do, so I'd probably focus on that as well. Zappa! Thank you very much for becoming a member for 8 months. Appreciate that. Oh, now thank you very much. And he just says 8. Now I know what the 1 and 2 means. So you guys are on the leaderboard, and that's your position. Okay, I was worried it was going to show the position of everybody, but I guess it's just the top 3 people. That's going to be in flux for the first hour or so. So again, I was just mentioning, for anyone who's just joined, there's a new thing in YouTube's live streaming where there's this community button, and it says it's like a leaderboard of how much XP you get. From what I can tell, you get XP, I think, from even just writing a message, but also you get a lot more if you do like memberships and super chats. Now Zappa just did a membership. So I don't know how this works. It just came out today. No one's informed me about it, and there's no info about it other than here. Learn more at the help center, maybe. It does say send live messages or send super chats and super stickers. So it doesn't seem to care about channel memberships, which is stupid. But okay. So I guess it's just pure chat interaction, maybe, kind of in that regard. Why participate in the leaderboard? Get recognized. Join the fun. Build your community. Sending gifts only in the US. Why not channel memberships? That's so dumb that they wouldn't want you to do that. I have no problem with the leaderboard. That's fine. But it doesn't seem like you can shut it off or do anything else. How long is it visible? Just while the stream is active. After it ends, they can visit the replay during a... they can see the leaderboard during a replay. The top 3 can earn a badge, which appears next to their name when they send messages. So right now you just have a standard badge. I don't know if I can make that custom. It'd be nice if I could. Experience points are automatically calculated when viewers send a live chat at no cost or purchase a super chat, super sticker, or gift. There is a cap to the number of points that can be earned from a live chat. Why? Okay. Depending on the user's country or region, the daily and weekly purchase limit will vary. In general, a user can spend up to 500 a day and 2,000 per day when combined on gifts powered by jewels. I've never even heard of that. Super chats and super stickers. You can have 30,000 available jewels? What the fuck is a jewel? Anyway, just thought I would tell people that's what that is. That's where it's there. I might mention it one more time later on. I didn't see it until we started the stream, and it, as some people have mentioned, watching other streams, it seems to be a new thing. Not on anyone else's either. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't mind the idea. Like, Twitch has a leaderboard. You know, you see the top 3 contributors that day. But it's for people who give bits. So bits are like the equivalent of, you put $10 into Twitch and you get like 10,000 bits. And then you can give bits to any streamers. So, you know, it ranks you by how many bits you have, the subscribers, all these different things. That's fine. Doing it by just messages is a bit strange because you're almost encouraging like people just to spam lots of messages. That seems like a, why would you want that? Now, I'm sure it's a small amount of XP relative to a super chat or something, but still, like, why would you even want to do that at all? I don't know. I wouldn't want to do that. It'd be really cool if they gave you the flexibility to kind of customize it, tailor it to your own channel. It's like, let me decide how much experience goes for a message. I could be like, okay, it's 1 XP for a message. It's you know, it's 50 for a super chat, and then you scale it by per dollar or something. I don't know. But it'd be nice to be able to tailor that. Twitch did a really cool thing a while ago where they give you a watch time currency. So your chat, I'm sure people know if you're on Twitch, but if you've never been on Twitch or you don't know, haven't been in a while, as you write messages and stuff, you get like a little loyalty badge down here. And it's effectively what that is. It's a currency, like the XP, but it just stays down in the bottom right. And then they gave people, so it's a currency that you can spend. So you click it and it says like, you can unlock the emotes for free. So on Twitch, you don't get emotes unless you're a subscriber to the channel. But if you have enough watch time that you've built up, it's basically your watch time. If you built up enough watch time, you can then be a subscriber for a little while, effectively, through different actions. But they actually gave it back to people, creators, and said, like, you can actually set prices of different things in there. So if someone's watched for 10,000 hours and they have 10,000 points and they want to say, like they want to spend those points, you could say, like, okay, like, I can let you spend the points. It can set off an alert. It can set off an icon. It can make me do something in game. You can like make it do anything. It'd be kind of cool if they did that. But YouTube's just so behind on their chat stuff. And I agree. You don't want to over gamify it, but giving the creator the option to kind of decide what to do with it would be the best thing, really, in my opinion. Anyways, you gotta spend that $25 to climb that leaderboard, man. Are you a real fan? Well, no, apparently Mr. S-Jar is the real fan at the moment. He's number 1. The jewels is the sticker system. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I never heard the term jewels before. Just a quick one, Darren. Hope all's well. Thanks for the streams and videos. Thank you, John. Let me just go through the chat really quickly because I was ranting there already a bit. I'll just be quick. I'm trying to every week trying to get better, just like focusing on the chat properly. Jamichael says, gonna miss the stream. Thank you for the saying, hope you have a good one. A mod to change the texture of all things. What do you think about that? I wouldn't want to just change the textures of all things personally, but if it looked good, then I would think it's good. It sounds, I don't know, odd. A mod that adds new textures for you to apply to things would be cool, but just changes everything that's in the game already. It sounds a bit odd to me. It's quite surprising they haven't added the option for multiple custom colors. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, it's a very late YouTube trying to compete with Twitch feature. I agree. Mike Durman says, that seems to be... Let me just go into this screen for a second so people can see I'm reading my chat. Yeah, because there's no limit to... I don't know if I can limit... So I guess you can use slow mode to prevent people chatting too much, but yeah, it's strange. It was weird I'm not number 1. Hey, Brunswick. Okay, I think I just caught up on that. Just didn't want to miss people right off the rip. YouTube servers are running on hand-cranked engine like those emergency flashlights. To be fair, I think YouTube is actually like a modern world wonder. To be able to have all that data and anyone can access any video at any time and it all works. I think it's kind of incredible, just from the infrastructure standpoint. Twitch's video player kind of still sucks in my opinion, and it's really laggy, and their ads are slow. So I actually don't like that, but the website experience of Twitch is better for sure. If I make a message to What Darn Place to let them see the message, you get 0. So if you tag me, you get 0. Is that really a thing? But if you make a comment message, it looks like you get 25. Yeah, it seems like everyone's getting 25. I say that, though. There must be a cooldown on it. This is the last time I'll focus on this for a little while, because no one's going above 75 right now, and he's written more than 3 messages. So maybe it's like per minute you can only get a certain amount? I don't know. No one knows. It was probably developed by an AI that thought this would be a fun and engaging thing. Anyway, maybe it will be. I lost my other window now. Yeah. Alrighty. I don't really know what we're gonna do today, other than just like continue what little bits in different places. Because I was here playing around this morning for a little while, and just seeing if the factory works. So yesterday, sorry, I don't have my chat open. I have a giant leaderboard open. Thank you. Todd Rafferty, boom, proving my worth as a super fan. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat, though. That's a huge amount, by the way. Thank you. Jokes aside, thanks for all the content. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for all the support. Oh, I totally prefer Twitch's interactive experience. I prefer its chat, the emotes, the presentation of the stream, like, in the window, and how you can, like, change things. Oh, definitely. But don't get me wrong, I'm with you on that. I just think the video player is a bit slow. It's not that bad, it's gotten way better. But like watching past broadcasts and stuff on Twitch is like a nightmare. It's really awkward. And then like finding videos after they're live is difficult too. You have to like really burrow deep into an individual channel. For those who don't know, I streamed on Twitch for like 5 years, so I only stopped doing it about 1.5 years ago, so I haven't really used it since then. Every now and then I hop in. Brunswick as well with the gifted membership, thank you. And that's gone to Dominic Free. The first 3 people will get the badge. Yeah, no, I understand that. The first 3 people of the day, or the highest 3 in the leaderboard, I would assume. I'm just saying you have 75 XP and it hasn't gone up still. Todd Rafferty has 75 XP, even though he just dropped a 25 super chat. So like, what? I don't know how it works. You know, I don't know. Thank you again, Brunswick. Your wife gives you the money? Wow. Not a super fan? Yeah, maybe it'll update later. We'll see. Alright, so yesterday I was playing around updating this place, right? We spent so long in here trying to get it working. I'll have to see if I can adjust my lighting in a second as well. And I'm pretty sure we're all good. It's going to take a while for the manifold to get fully going, but we're mostly green lights across the board. This is a little bit just down on the end that isn't, and I know why. We're low on steel pipe. We're making the right amount of steel pipe now, though. It was supposed to be 580 and 780 and 510, I think. And I think the belt counter down here is saying that. Yeah, so it's accurate. It's only supposed to be 510, so if it's over that, that's fine for now. I double-checked the numbers. I was clocking, again, the rotor machines were slightly clocked higher than they needed to be. I had them at 90%. They actually need to be the same as the other ones. All the clock speeds need to be the same because they're making the same amount. And that's then going in to make our motors. So, long story short, I think it all works. It just needs a bit of manifold time. So what I was going to do here to start off today was just do a little bit of cosmetics down here. Add some more of these lights. Maybe put some walls on it. I kind of like the idea of just even putting walls out there, just making it a little rectangular box. Nothing crazy, just making it super simple. And we'll just do that while we wait for the manifold to get going, and then we can check on how things are. If we need to adjust anything. The 3 people for every live, but it seems like it's broken. Yeah, it seems like it's just stalled. Broken immediately. Refresh? No, yeah. Don't know. It is what it is. It's a new feature, so maybe it's just not tracking properly already. Can you perhaps explain how you plan trains transporting ore based on how many refineries you have and ore you're mining? Basically ensuring you don't run out of ore at the refineries. Oh yeah, that's kind of a good one to talk through, and never really thought about it, and I need to think it through for my next video anyway. So in my next video, I'm taking in 3,000 ore from the swamp. Okay, so over here, there's bauxite, and I'll be getting 3,000 per minute. And then I'm sending it up to the desert somewhere here. And we're going to be consuming 3,000. It's split into 6 carriages, so that's 500 per minute per carriage. Right, so 500 per minute per carriage. That's all I know so far. So the question is, how do you know how much you need? Like, do I need 2 trains? 3 trains? 4? I don't know. You need to work out the journey to... If you really wanted to know, it's trial and error, kind of. You can set the train and just let it go and do its thing. But how can you know how long it's going to take to get there until you do that journey at least once? You don't. And do you have to track that? You don't have to. So one way of doing it would be, you send the train off from the swamp, and it gets to... You just stay in the swamp, right? You'll stay wherever the ore is being produced, let's say. So I'll stay in the... I'm just thinking this out loud now for myself too, right? So stay in the swamp. We see all the ore going in. The train gets mostly full. Not all full, but mostly full, and then we send it off, right? We load, send it off. And then we basically have to see if that train gets back to us before the ore is more full than it was when we left, or if it's completely filled. Okay, so again, to more simplify that, let's just say we let our train completely fill. No problem. You can do that with a train station. You can say, like, leave when full. So, okay, leave when full. I mean, we send it off. It goes up north, it comes back, it's empty, hopefully, at this point, and then we say, did the miners stop? Like, did everything overfill? If it didn't, then we're good. We don't need any more trains or anything. We're good. But if the miners did stop because things were getting too full, then that means you need another train. And you just keep doing that until, like, eventually you're not seeing the miners stop. That's one easy way of doing it. The other more complicated way of doing it would be actually, like, timing how long it takes for a train to get from A to B, and then working out the per minute per carriage. So a carriage can hold 3,200. We're sending in 500 per minute, right? So 3,200 divided by 500, it would take 6.4 minutes to fill that. So we have to judge how long did it take from the train to go from A to B and back. Like, so A to B and then back to A. And if it was more than 6.5 minutes like this, then I would have a problem. I would need to add another one. So by adding a second train, you're basically saying, like, okay, actually now we don't have 3,200, we've got 6,400 per carriage. So now we've got 12 minutes to get there and back. The more trains you add, though, the time it takes to get there and back might be a little different now. So you'd have to, like, factor in your timing. But yeah, so that's kind of how I would do it. Thank you, Eric, by the way, for becoming a channel membership, or channel member. Have you considered making a blueprint splitter merger for going from, say, 1 to 4, 4 to 1 to 6? I did, actually. I actually cut it out of the video. And I'll show it. It's kind of interesting. One. This is my recording file for that video. This is one of the recording files, the second one. So yeah, I probably won't be able to find it actually that easily. It was somewhere around here when I was building out the other things. I was talking about doing a 1 to 6 splitter, and I have it saved as a blueprint. I just wanted to show it because I don't have a blueprint in this world. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But the point was that I made a splitter, and I was going to make a few because I needed a 1 to 5 for something else. Or I will do when we make the aluminum factory. And the problem with it was this, right? So a 1 to 6 is pretty simple. You do one there, and maybe like one here. Something like that, right? So you go, in we go, and then this has an output there. This is what the blueprint basically looked like, right? So it was basically like that, right? With that one, obviously, correct. So I was like, cool, 1 to 6, made a splitter. But then I was like, well, the layout that I want, there's 6 stations, and they're pretty spaced out. So I would have to build this and then branch them all off, and I just thought like, well, why would I bother? I'll just make the 1 to 6 like custom. And that's why I ended up cutting it all out, because I didn't end up using the blueprint, and it seemed like there's no point talking through that if it's not even going to be used. So my answer is load balanced splitters and blueprints are cool, but I tend to need custom width for whatever groups of machines I'm going into. Now, you don't need to do that. Maybe on a logistics floor that's hidden, you could just have them in there, and then you take the 1 to 6 belts. That would be perfect for it. So it's good to have them. But for the specific situation I had there, which was just a miner going into 6 carriages, I didn't have the room to like have a second area where it splits into 6 and then take 6 belts and then go into each one. It just seemed more like, oh, we'll just send them right in where they need to go. Anyway. Yeah, so I agree. You just add more trains. The question is, how do you know when to add more trains? It's when your miners are filling up. Or you're not getting enough material to the location that you need to. One or the other. Alright, anyways. Yeah, let's put some walls on this bad boy and some lights. Nothing crazy, but some glass on this side might be kind of nice, actually. So we'll just go up a little bit on this side. So I guess we'll just do thing here. I'll say just cosmetics for a little bit. And then maybe I'll do a vote. I was kind of thinking like a weapons factory would be kind of cool to start on, because I don't have the rifle, I don't think, and we'd have to look into black powder. Is it smokeless powder? That's the one with oil and stuff. So that might be kind of fun to do. I think I need to make a plastic factory, actually, so doing something with oil would probably be worthwhile. So after this, we're going to check the motors, and that'll be really it. So just a tiny to-do list, and then I almost will say, dare I say, viewer's choice to some degree. Let's do a little bit of cosmetics first. Yeah, so in the blueprint, stack the belts. Yeah, so I try not to do clipping. So the blueprint I made, like I said, 1 to 6 was just like how I outlined. So I'm not sure how I could stack the belts. Maybe I just didn't think about it, or I'm not good. So you do that, and then I would need to do this, but then bring it over here, right? And bring it up to whatever height it needs to be with a lift, and the same on that side with a lift. Yeah, like lift there, and then a lift that's squished here, and then you go out the center. So that would work, yeah. Then you'd have 6 and 6. But just, again, I totally agree. So I have one blueprint sort of ready to go for that. And then I've got a 1 to 5 that also does the same thing. But I just feel like, given whatever situation I'm in, I normally have different spacing. But I don't know if I'll use it that often, unless I have like a hidden logistics floor that you don't really see. That's just my feeling on it, but you know. A doggo ranch? I don't want to do that. Wonder what kind of colored wall we could go with. I'll probably just keep it yellow actually then, because this factory is yellow. Go to somewhere like there and then build up glass. It's going to be a very basic looking thing. I just think it looks better to have something than have nothing, so I won't be spending too much trial and error on it like I did with the aluminum factory. It took a little longer. And that'll probably be as high as I want to go. Maybe I'll go 1 higher. I think it was where you're building out the first station in your video. You mentioned the blueprint, but it would not work there. Oh, did I actually say it in the video? Oh, I thought I cut it out. I probably just cut out me showing building it or something. Buying a new factory to use all the pure iron nodes in the desert, which is 13,200. So I need at least 4,400 or 440 refineries, but I get stuck at figuring out the trains. Yeah, so that's very similar to this factory. I know people are probably tired of me mentioning it, but this factory is the same thing. It's all the ore in grassy fields for copper, and it has 364 refineries just for the copper, and it's got some more for other things. And I do it by truck, which is even more complicated in some ways. But yeah, you just need a train loop. If I was doing that, just as an example. Let's just say that this is our area. I don't know. If, let's say my factory's like here, and these are the nodes. So there's a blue's not easy to see. I'll do yellow. There's a node there, there's a node here, there's a node here, there's a node here, there's one over there, something like this. So I would personally try to make like some sort of coherent loop. So we're collecting from each one. So we collect from here, collect from there, collect from there, 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 and then we go back in. And then you just have a lot of trains doing that. Now, it is complicated because if you do the per minute value on that, if you're talking about 1200 per minute on some of these, this is the problem we had with the aluminum factory, right? So up right now, I have an aluminum factory here, and we're pulling in all the bauxite by train. So the way I decided to do, I'm not saying this is the best way, but the way I decided to do it is we have the factory here, and then there's a node, another node, and another node. So what I would do is I go like, okay, these three combine into this location. This is one station now. So then another group of nodes, maybe here, here, and here. Combine them at some center point, roughly, like here. So this becomes a new station as well. So here's another station. But then you have to weigh up the numbers, and it does get pretty complicated because you're like, okay, this is making like 1200 per minute. This is making like 2000 per minute. This is making something else. So what I ended up doing, because the numbers were different at each outpost, I put a different train on each. So these are connected by a big railway, like that. And there's another one down here, or whatever. There's 3 stations in total. And what I decided to do, I'm not saying this is the best version, but because I'd have to think it out as well again. But I had one train designated for this one. I had a different train designated for this one. And then I had a different train designated for this one. They were actually all on the same track, though, which is debatable. You should probably have like bypasses, or the station should be off the main track. They don't get in their way. But then they were all ultimately all feeding into the factory at a certain point, and they all have there's 3 lanes for each, and the 3 are then unloaded and handled separately because the numbers are ultimately per minute different. That's how I did it. But yeah, you're taking on a big challenge. If you could. Oh, and by the way, the other thing I did here was I made sure that whatever came out of one miner was divided into 6, because I had 6 carriages as well. So at least they are load balanced per station. And that's a good way of making sure that you're using all the ore. So I have it where it works and it's set up, and there's a save file if people wanted to see it, like the trains are going around. I only have 3 trains. So 3 stations, 3 trains. And we worked out like how long does it take for a train to fill? And how long will it take to get to the thing? And if it's going to fill too fast, we need more trains. And I ultimately divided 3 stations then as well. Yeah, it's a fun problem, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to explain it too much better than that. Because it's all very custom with where you are and where things need to be placed, I guess. Oh, I need to get better about using blueprints, but it's just a lot of work. Yeah. I agree. I also feel the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I could always be using them more, but it always feels like a lot of time and effort to plan and think them out when you could just start building immediately. I tend to build a little section of the factory and then go, okay, I'm going to take this, I'm happy with this, and now I'll make a blueprint of it to do the rest. That's typically what I do. Picture. Do I need double floor? I think it probably rip metal is probably better. I'll go with concrete, so fine. That's a lot of wire. That ain't nothing, son. That's a fraction of the wire that we make in the other factory over there. I don't even know what we make. Something like 10,000 per minute? Something crazy? This place does... Do I have the Mila notes? I should open that up. Hang on. I need this open for planning anyways. Place does 3,500 wires, so it's not too bad. Hey Evan, have to redo anything? Yeah, just in between streams, just this morning I was looking over the factory. The only thing I had to redo so far was, it was brought up to me in my Discord that I clocked, so you need equal amount of rotors and stators to make motors. And there's an equal amount of machines, there's 60 of both. But for some reason one of them was clocked higher than the others. I was like, damn. I don't know why I did that. So I clocked the rotors correctly. Actually, it was the stators that were wrong. I clocked the stators correctly. And I was like, oh man, does that mean this is all wrong? But no, these are right. So just one little error, so not too bad. But it did mean clocking machines again. But that's all that I've changed so far, and I'm just letting it now fill and seeing if everything works. The only other thing I can think I have to do is go to the copper factory and give an awesome sync spillover for the little bit of extra copper ingots we have now. Because it was previously using them all, but now we're not. I'm out of concrete, so that's okay. So I'm just doing the cosmetics of this place first, just a little outhouse mini building. We'll put some, it won't just be a blank wall, we'll put some pillars or something on it too, maybe some windows where it makes sense, but I'd like to just do a blank slate like this and then carve away the bits that we don't need. So if I can get one wall face down and work on it. Yeah, just something like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Hades. It's a different save file. I didn't build all this suddenly. This is a completely different save file. So my streams and my video series are just two different games. I should mention that more in my... I should really tell people that the stream's more in the desert series. I never really mention it. People probably don't know, or they might think I'm streaming it. Alright, we can put some windows on these. Let's see, X-frames maybe might look kind of cool. Yeah, we could do big lights on these or something. Let's see, what do we got? Wall billboards. Oh, we can't angle it that way. We could have hit a beam. These the same? No, they're too small. Okay. I'll probably do that, and then another one there. And if we do gray or something on this, don't really see it. That could look good when it gets dark. In fact, we could just make it dark. With a few of these, it'll give a bit more light to the area, see what's on the belts and stuff. Actually pretty bright with the moon out. Alrighty. You can use signs as lights. Yeah, man, all of these... Every light you see here is a sign. You need to use global illumination though, the setting in the lighting options to actually see it. The motors are 130 per minute. Yep. Yeah, I can go through the chain in just a minute. Once I do the cosmetics here, we can just go start to bottom and see exactly how it works. Because now it is running pretty well. It was painful yesterday, I gotta say. I almost gave up and redid everything. And I was like, no, we can make this work. So I'm happy I didn't, because it was close to probably taking even more time. And it was working basically fine before that, but now it works properly, so I'm happy about that. Oh yeah, we can get rid of the beam, actually, just thinking about it. If it's going to poke through like that, might as well just remove it. These are basically... You can't see. Yeah, they look like they're on the thing anyway, so that's fine. So it'll take just a little bit of time. We'll just do that for each one. At least we don't have to paint them then. Just go diagonal mode and go up to as high as we can. And now if we copy a sign, it just keeps its values, so that'll be nice as well. Cool. Alright, so one here. Alright, I think so. Thank you, Evan Roach. Me see this new YouTube experience thing. It seems to be broken. By the way, thank you. It does seem to be broken. No one's moving in the leaderboard at all, and it seems to have just broken out at like 75 XP. So, seems busted. Maybe next time it'll work better, or maybe it'll hopefully... Does this carry over per stream, or is it just for one stream? It resets every stream, so you can always try again. Okay, so it's just a leaderboard for this stream. So it does seem broken. So I didn't make it. I didn't activate it. YouTube did it. And we only just... We're experiencing it together again today. So yeah, I guess it's a leaderboard to be... just for the streams. It's kind of like the Twitch leaderboard thing that they have. I guess. Alright, cool. There we go. Doesn't look that good, but whatever. There's a bit too many of them on these things as well. It's a bit overkill. But at nighttime it does brighten things up at least. Right, do I have more concrete now? Yep, got 1,000. Let's go. Totally broken, yeah. As soon as Todd gave like 25 in a super chat and it just didn't move. It's like, oh, okay, cool. The big boy did it and ran away. I discovered you today and saw your short for your modular road blueprints. That wasn't me. I don't have any shorts. For Satisfactory anyway. Needless to say, I immediately downloaded them. Nice. Thank you. If it was me. Nice. Yeah, because I don't have them. Oh, that wasn't me. Yeah, I give out all my blueprints for free. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. I have a video for modular roads. Maybe someone made a short from it. I don't know. We are in 1.1 and mods are working at the moment. It just happened today. Sem. Lars, thank you for the channel membership as well. Thanks for all the support today, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if someone else made shorts out of my videos, or it's just a different creator, maybe, that does the same thing. So either way, it's good. Either way, you somehow found me. That's the important thing. Yeah, I'll be meaning to make shorts on my videos. I just don't have the time, really. I often just focus on the main videos instead. Alright, we need to come out just one more layer on this side. Devourer of 6 badges. Guys, I'm loving this. Keep it coming. Thank you for the channel membership. For Lars and Devourer of 6 bagels. Sorry, did I say badges? 6 bagels. Shout out to bagels, man. Had one yesterday. Really good. Salmon and cream cheese. With a little garlic and chive. Alright, we're just almost done with that. Is this out as far as it needs to go as well? Yeah. I could go get some concrete. There's a... Oh yeah, there's a container right nearby, actually. We'll just go grab that. And either I'll punch skylights in or just add some extra lights on the roof as well. The roof isn't very high off the ground, though, so I don't know if that'd be a good idea or not. For the lights, I mean. How do you make walkable factories? I'm not the best at that, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to give even spacing for things and always have like room to walk around it, but I find that you'll obviously just jump and hop and skip around it anyway. So I'm always debating whether or not it's even worth doing. Because in a place like this, I won't spend too long in it, but if we just have a look really quickly, like this is walkable, but why would you? So we have staircases and regular towers around the place for these staircases, and then with 1.1 we've added in like lifts. And it's kind of laggy in here, so apologies for that. Oh, sorry, that was the floor I needed, my bad. So it's like, this is walkable, right? All the machines are here, I'm out of the way of the belt, so you can walk around it and check all your machines, but it take a really long time to do that. It's quite a big factory. How do you make a big factory walkable? It's like, I don't know. I wouldn't. I would just typically add hypertubes to get you from A to B, like to just to the things that you want to get to. It is nice to have the immersion of like a walkable factory. And it can certainly make things look good. But I've kind of resigned myself to just adding walkways and ways to get around after I've placed in everything. And I typically just leave a little few gaps between machines knowing that I'll probably add a walkway in. But I don't really map it out very well. That's my answer to that. This is just a hangover from old containers that were here a long time ago. I'm sorry that's just floating there. Maybe we can bring that down on the ground. It's the worst way of doing this ever, but okay. Because I'm reworking factories a lot, I'm just picking up so much crap all the time. We just leave a crate here. Yes. I'd love to understand why people care about walkable factories. I think it's just for the immersion of it, isn't it? To be able to like look at a place and be like, yeah, this is realistic, you could get around it. Like a real life factory. I think that's why. Just wondering, these machines still aren't at 100%, so why? What are you lacking? It's slow on the rotors. These are the rotors. Yeah, there's some yellow lights down at the end, so what are you missing? Now you're missing wire, okay. I'll just keep doing the cosmetics, but we'll keep an eye on that, see if it fills eventually, but it could be the case that not enough is going where it needs to, I guess. Oh yeah. This should have an input here. Like that one does. But I don't know what it's supposed to be getting stuff from. This belt seems full, so maybe we'll grab that one. Something like this maybe might work. Kind of winging it because the numbers are so crazy. Yeah, with the priority coming from there, that's good, because then I think that might work out. We'll see. All right, Mark 5, all of it. Yeah, that's 4. I just have Mark 4s on them for the most part. Is it possible to not have geothermal power spike like the way it does? No, it's rolling power. It goes up and down. Devourer says, I've gotten into the habit of making a very small, cramped but organized factories. It's a fun extra challenge. That's what someone here yesterday was saying. I can't remember the name, began with W, and they were saying like they compress things into as little space as possible, so they don't mind like clipping through machines and stuff, and they'll make blueprints of like condensed constructors and assemblers and stuff, which is cool, you know. A compressed sea of metal, and then you just dress it up with like walkways and stuff around it, I guess. The only walkable stuff I do, I leave some space between machines and between walls so I can go around it. If I need to go A to B, I'll just hypertube it. Yeah, I tend to, like in an area like this, you know, it's not very walkable. I mean, it's all on catwalks, literally, but it's like everything is pretty compressed together. But you could like add ways to walk down the lines here, like even above it, you know, so you get something like that, raise it to here, centralize it, and then you walk down that, and you could have that like in between each one if you wanted it, you know. It's just extra effort, and I'm never going to do that. Like, I'm never going to actually walk it, so I'll just leave it. But it depends. Sometimes it is nice to make it look good, though. I started to think, like, how can I make it as traversable as possible? Like, can I leave myself openings for, like, for me to hypertube, or not even hypertube, but hover pack straight up through a foundation? It's like, imagine leaving a big gap in the ceiling somewhere. It's like, oh, that's... But it looks nice. Maybe there's lights on it or something, and it's like, this is for me to like literally like fly up from one floor to the other. I used to do that back in the day when the game first kind of was out, because I'd have the jump pads. It's like, okay, I'm going to make like, before elevators or lifts, it's like, oh, I'll have a little 1x1 foundation room. You walk into the room and it jolts you straight up, and then you're at like the next floor. And then you'd have a different one for jumping down, which would have the jelly on the bottom or whatever. Stuff like that I feel like can be good as well. Or occasionally I'll have like a zip line going through the factory just so you can like get from one part to another quickly. But you might need to want to jump off at any point, so like a long machines, it's like, oh, I'm just ziplining past all these machines. But that way I can check them if I need to, rather than being in a hypertube that just has a finite entry and exit point. Because if you're thinking about the game, it's like, yeah, game-wise, I need to be able to get around my factory to see like key points. Truck stations, train stations, that kind of thing, certain machines, and then get to different floors and stuff. Get to the storage areas, whatever it might be. But actually, I'll leave that one. I don't know how I'm going to do this. We'll just go, I guess, here. I'll leave bigger gaps on this one. Let's do 3. 1, 2, 3, leave a gap at 2, and then 1, 2, 3. These can go up higher. The spacing didn't work out, but that's okay, whatever. Here. See you, Evan. I should set this, take from my inventory first, actually, because my inventory is just crowded. Oh, it was on take from inventory. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I was thinking floodlights on the center of these bits, and they can aim 1, 2, 3, 4. Not like that. How cool would this game be if you could select a group of items, same as you do when deleting, but copy paste instead? Yeah, that's what someone was asking. What features would you add to the game? That's one of the things I just said. So you go like, okay, filter by constructor, select all the constructors, and then I just press paste, and it pastes the setting to all of them. That'd be nice. Have to give these guys power. Also, power management is something I suck at. I mean, I can do it organized, but I often leave it to last, and I don't organize it very well. This just very simple. There we go. Could set it to night mode so it only comes on at night, maybe. Kind of dark though still. Although we might put in skylight. So yeah, sure, we'll try that. Okay. And I guess just the little ramp bits here, and that'll be that for this side. Part of me does think maybe I should just go with the clean window rather than the hex one, because I'm not a big fan of like all the shadow scattering and stuff that you get. You ever played this with a controller? No, they only added controller support recently, and when I tried to hook up my controller on PC, my controller wasn't being recognized by the game. It was working on all other Steam games, and then when I made the change, I couldn't use my mouse and keyboard at all. As I had to kill the game, go into the INI file, switch the setting back, and then I could go back into mouse and keyboard, so my experience was not very good. Now, that's with official controller support. Before they added official controller support, there was unofficial controller support, right? The Steam user configs worked, and my controller worked totally fine with the game. So, ironically or not, since they've added support, I haven't been able to use it. So I don't know what their scheme is actually like, or how their UI changes or anything like that. I remember your pain, yeah. So I haven't actually got to try it, the official thing. So I don't know how this controller scheme is. I would love to design a controller scheme for a game. Yeah, maybe I will get to. Mandalorian goes to console or something. Because I play so many strategy games and then I see how they work on console. I'm like, why is it like this? This doesn't need to be this complicated. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Excuse me. It's always like such an afterthought. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like the people that design the schemes don't play on console. Like, I actually primarily play on PlayStation. And you see like games like Anno and their control schemes on console are like bizarre. Like, just bizarre. Like, you don't hold a controller the way they want you to, basically, to do things. And I think that's because it's done by people who don't play on it. But I don't know. Maybe it's just what they thought was best. Or maybe they tested it with people. I don't know. Civilization controls are actually pretty good on console. I use my Steam Deck. Oh yeah, of course. Control layout is solid. Takes a little time to get used to it, as there is lots of context switching, but just about everything is there. Nice. Yeah, that's normally the trade-off, right? It's like things are a bit slower. There's more menus, more radial wheels, things like that. Less immediate hotkeys available to you, so understandable, I suppose. Yeah. Can't remember. Oops. I can't remember if I did 5 or 6. I'm gonna keep them the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. All right, those will be our little rooftop. I'm gonna say conservatory. That's not right. What is it called when you have a glass roof? I don't know. Skylights. That's the word I was trying to think of. I remember when I was but a wee lad. My house had an extension, much like this. So my bedroom window would look out onto just my back garden. But then my parents added an extension, but it was just a flat roof outside. So my room would be like here, right? And like literally outside my window now, there's just like a flat roof that goes for a little bit, and there was like a kitchen in there that was added. And because it was a flat roof, it was prone to like lots of problems. You'd get like, because I lived in Ireland, you get rainwater buildup, and you know, it would just erode the roof basically over and over again. And one time we had these people out to fix it, and they were also going to put in a skylight into the kitchen, because the kitchen was kind of dark. And I remember I was in the kitchen at the time doing something. I can't remember what I was doing, and I look up. I heard a noise, looked up, and then I heard a big crash bang, and the guy fell through the roof into the kitchen while I was there. I was like watching TV or doing something. I think I was getting ready to go to school or something like that. It was so scary. I didn't even know he was there. It was like, what the fuck? I was only like 8 or 9. Anyway, that's just what I came to mind when I was thinking about skylights and flat roofs. And he was fine. And they repaired it. He kind of didn't fully fall through. It was like most of his body, and then he kind of landed on like he kind of dropped himself down to the rest of the counter and stuff. It was just so crazy. But yeah, they were planning on tarmacking like the entire roof anyway, so it didn't really matter at the end of the day. But it was a shock. Should have had a hover pack. That same builder, I also walked in on him in the toilet once. That was weird. That was weird because, for many reasons. Well, not that weird. I mean, he's just going to the bathroom. But I walked in on him, and then I walked out. He was going number 2. And when I walked, as I was like, oh, sorry, like, close the door. He was like, oh, don't worry about it. And then he started chatting to me through the door about something. Just like, maybe he was just trying to make it, like, as less awkward as possible. But it was, in some ways, more awkward that then he just wanted to continue to chat with me through the door while he was pooping. So, still remember him for that. I remember him for that more than anything. No, I didn't do a ramp on that side. And then he brought me into the toilet and he said, look at this. No, he didn't do that. That's fine. Do we want to color any of these differently? Oh yeah, I have the shiny thing on. Let's just do default for now. We had an old water tank fall through the bedroom roof. No one in the bed at the time. Oh my god. Like Donnie Darko stuff. If this should be, I'll probably get rid of this actually and just do a standard 4 wall, but color it dark gray. I was gonna put pillars on this back, can't be bothered. It's fine, just leave it as is, I guess. Alright, little beehive looking thing. What? That'll do. That'll do. One last thing. Maybe just rails around the top. Industrial rails. They might look kind of good. Don't want people falling off if they have roof access somehow. By people, I mean, it's just me in this world. Just started a new 1.1 world yesterday. Nice. The new obelisks are awesome. There's new obelisks in 1.1? I don't think so. Or that's news to me. If that's the case. Protect the beans. Yeah, protect the beans. They can't get over this. Oh, the new animation for destroying things. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, a bit more camera shake, more VFX. And then the trees getting knocked down too look good. Do trees... I know when you hit them with the chainsaw, they have the new falling animations. And when they hit things, they then typically explode. Like, as the tree falls, if it hits something of yours, it, like, kind of explodes. Does it explode if you just throw a bomb on it? I didn't actually look at that. Alright, cool. So just these other 2 sections to go, but we just followed this pattern all the way around. No big deal. Might try the clean look though. Maybe I'll keep the hex frames for the front wall and then the clean look for these ones. Sorry for being indecisive, but I think it'll look a little bit cleaner after the fact. Oh yeah, people were asking what would you add to the game. I would add a window with no edges so that we could just place windows down. And you wouldn't see the black lines. That'd be kind of nice. Some people say that should just happen dynamically, which is an interesting idea. They want that to happen with like foundations. So if you build, not these ones, but if you were to make, well, actually, yeah, these ones, like the seams here get removed when it detects what's next to it. So you only have the seams on the edges. So this grip metal would just like texture over itself. And the same with fix-it foundations. They've got vents on them, but it's like the vents only stay on the edges. That'd be pretty nice. If they could do that. But that's kind of like quite a different system, I think, than what they have in the game, especially for how they let you paint materials and stuff now. Could be done, though. Even though it's daytime, it's still kind of dark in here, so maybe I'll just leave those lights on. Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, just leave it like that. I'll leave that as hex, why not? It's like they're the structural windows, these ones aren't. Alright, so you go all the way along the bottom. On the Surviving Mars soundtrack or something. Are you using a special graphics pack? I always feel like your game looks more shiny than mine. No, I use console. I've only just done this recently, literally in the last couple of weeks. But I've added a console command to make it shinier. Show you in a sec. So you're just gonna have to take a screenshot. I can't go through each one. But the bottom 6 down here. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So those 6 are what you want. Doing that will make things shiny. So just as an example, turning this off, right? Turning one of them off makes the floor look like that. Turning it back on to the setting I have makes it like just sharper, basically a sharper shine. I should have done it here, actually. It's much more clear on the floor here. So again, not on. That's the standard game. That's how it looks. And then if you just use this, boom, shiny. It is, I don't know why they don't, there's no performance hit. So I don't know why they don't do it. I mean, I think they just want the floor to be more matted. And you can, so it's between a value of 1 and 0 and 1. So you can set it to 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. I've had a 0.8, so pretty much there. If you do 1, it's like almost like a mirror. Or it's just more reflective. It's as reflective as it can be. But there's other settings then as well. So the light shaft count is at 0. So a light shaft is the ones that come off of these. You see these big foggy light shafts. So I just got rid of those. I don't really like them. The next one is temporal max frames accumulated for whatever screen probe gather. This is like how many frames per second you want it to refresh certain things to do with bounce lighting. And the same one with this one. These might actually be the same thing, but I just have them. I have both of them anyway. If you have this low, what you'll often see is like a lot of specularly flickering on metal. So you know that shimmering and flickery thing that you get? That can be improved with those two settings. And it's also improved by setting the radiance cache to 1. And then finally, I have this radius set to 3. This is basically the setting that allows you to... It allows lights to kind of... display signs to shine their light when you're not looking at them. So often in the game, when you turn a corner... If I build a little sign here... I'm not going to show you exactly, but just trust me. If I build this sign here, and I walk around the corner... Like if I stand here, I won't see the light shining on these mergers. But with this setting enabled, it increases the, I guess, the radius of it or something. It obviously says radius. And it basically means that even if I'm quite far away, it'll still show the light as bounce lighting on the thing that even if I'm not looking at it. So you can literally in the game normally just do this, and the light on the ground on my right will just disappear. So you have to be like in view of it. But this setting means that you don't have to be in view of it at all. You can be pretty far away from it. So that's like 6 different settings to yeah, make your lighting look way better. 6 different settings to make your lighting look amazing and satisfactory. I'll make a short. Missed it? Too bad. And good morning, Josh. You can always go back on YouTube streams if you need to. Yeah, by the way, you can't save the settings between sessions, so you have to do that every time you log into the game. But it remembers, so you just go like, enter, 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 and then it just activates it all for you. It even does it in the main menu. The main menu is actually running in real time. I didn't know that. I thought it was like a video file. But the main menu is a real scene in the game. And when you improve the settings, you can see like the lighting on the ground will become shinier and stuff, so you can actually see it working even in the main menu. The short is a good idea. Yeah, I just never have time for them. If I didn't do, let's say I missed 2 streams, I could probably make like 10 shorts in the time it takes you to do the 2 streams. Oh, sorry, I just got distracted immediately. We're not done yet. Do the rest of the wall. Guess I could fly here. You got a book coming out next month. Congratulations. Hope it goes well. What's it about? What's the theme? Or like, you know, overall, what's it about? Shouldn't have eaten it, really. You ate your book? Couldn't read the text, too small? Yeah, well, if you go back in the video and set it to high quality, it should have, you know, you should be able to see it. But I'll post it on my whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory area as settings that you can type in. So I don't even know it off by heart. I have to type it every time. I mean, I just go by memory. But they're there. I know they're hard to see. I know. That's it there. Yeah, June 10th is when 1.1 comes out. Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be more stuff in the update or not. Not that I want much more in it. I hope they do some of the fixes that for things that are still there. Maybe they've talked about that on streams or something. I don't know. Alright, good. Some symmetry. No, there's no way to script it. Because you can add it to your engine.ini file. And it'll work when you load the game. But when you exit the game, it overwrites that file. So some people have made... So what you could do is set your engine.ini file to be read-only, so the game can't write to it. And that way it would stay there. However, if Coffee Stain update the game, it wouldn't update that file, and any other new features that they might add to the engine, or anything to the engine that they change, you wouldn't get, and your game would be kind of messed up. So I would caution against doing that. I mean, you could do it, it's just you have to remember that you've done that. So that when you're getting an update, you'd have to refresh that file. But I'm honestly just in the habit now, when I start the game, the first thing I do, just in the menu, hit that button, and I just press enter 6 times, and it's like fine. But, you know, it will be, I did try to get it like working. And then when I read it's like, oh, you gotta do it this way, it's like, maybe, I don't know. Right, so just for ease, I'm just going to extend this down as well, and then just carve it out for the windows. That way the colors just stay the same. But yeah, today mods have actually been the mod manager has been updated so that 1.1 now is compatible with mods. However, it's up to the mod authors to, you know, update their mods if they want. With only about 10 days or so to go until 1.1 actually comes out, Be surprised if many of them do it, but maybe some will. So I am actually running mods again today. So I'm running the Sky UI mod, and I'm running a new mod that actually makes it so that you've got different finishes in the game, yeah? These ones. They're all effectively the exact same, they're just different colors. Like the type of metal doesn't really change. I think chrome might be the only one where it looks a little different than the others. Like you still see the same scratch marks and everything. But this mod makes it so that if you select shiny, any color that you apply will be a finish. So you can kind of have all your own colors now that are shiny. So even more shininess. We're shining out of our minds. I could make, you know, the streetlight yellow is the color I've been going with. Make it gold. We wanted to do a shiny exterior. But I don't want to do that for this. But we'll do it in certain places for sure. And I was looking anyway at the pipes that I had earlier, and if we make them shiny blue, they look so good. This like electric blue looks sick, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm gonna be shined out of my mind in my next video, probably. Well, actually, I guess I won't probably have this in the video series, but maybe I will. Pretty tempting to do it. I need to test compatibility and just be like, okay, if I apply this and it's shiny, and then I disable the mod, what happens when I load the game? Does it just revert to its normal, like the color, but without the shine? That'd be fine then. But if it broke the material entirely, then there'd be a problem. I wouldn't use it. Is there a way to... Oh yeah, I read that already. Hey, Khaled. Khaled. These ones actually went up higher than that. That was a mistake. Bring them down a bit. Make them the same. But those are the only two mods I'm running right now. The day-night cycle and that pink one. It's Khalid. Khalid with the E. Khalid. Got it. I'm motivated to make a car-shaped factory just to use the shiny finish on it. Yeah, there's another mod called Extra Finishes, which just adds loads of different colors to the finishes. But I prefer that guy's one because it just allows you to make any color you want. Like, perfect. Which is how it should be, in my opinion anyway. Finishes never really made sense to me in the game. The way they've done them anyway. Been an hour and 20 already. Well, we're almost finished the cosmetics here. Thank God I only did the bare minimum. Otherwise, we'd be here for ages. Go to there. We'll have to go across to this point, probably. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so you still need windows on this side. I'll just copy the layout from the other side. That's going to be our wall, so we can't use that. We can go here. I think it was a gap of 2 and then windows are 3, weren't they? So. Alright, cool. So these will be the last ones to pop in. And then maybe some lights on these sides as well, and that'll be it. Tinted windows would be kind of cool. Being able to paint the window. Like yellowy glass or something, or whatever glass color you want. Alright, so just before I go any further, I think all these lights seem to be green. It's a good sign. You at 100? These guys on the end of the manifold here. Seem to be. Actually, technically this is the end of the manifold on the middle layers on the inside. That's just for steel though, isn't it? Yeah, there. Yeah. That's good. So we should be making the correct amount now. Which I think is 510. I want to check the number here and then we'll just go back and finish that off. Let's say 518. I guess it fluctuates a little bit, but it's probably accurate. I think it was 510 that we needed. Let's double check. Oh, no, it was 520. Oh, nice. Okay. 780 and 520. Slightly short, though, or it seems to be. Might just be the thing not counting properly. Anyway, have you ever tried 1 meter walls instead of 4 meter? They look... Oh, yeah. I built a huge factory back in the day, all using 1 meters. But now I tend to avoid it because what happened in that world was... It's hard to explain, but it wouldn't load properly. But yeah, I built a huge structure. I mean, it was a massive structure out of 1 meter walls. And that was the exact reason, is because it doesn't have those dents, right? It's just a clean metal sheet. How's this rank system working? I could explain it again later, but it's I don't want to be redundant. I've already talked about it twice, so just bear with me in maybe 10 minutes and I'll explain what I understand of it in a minute. In 10 minutes. Alright, let's finish the walls on this side. The long story short is that it doesn't seem to work right now, so I wouldn't worry about it anyway. Let's add a little fly hole for me, so I can fly in through there. And if we don't have a hover pack on, we'll walk in. Best of both worlds. That's kind of funny, right? So it's like... Woo. Great. Right, there. And to be honest, yeah, this could just be big holes as well or something. These are for all the different belts that come through. Actually, maybe just doing pillars here or beams or something would be just as good. Hole right there. Yeah, it's fine by me, because this will still be like a room, right? The walls will continue out there into that place. But for now, that's okay. I think I'll just leave it like that. Do need to put in these windows, need to add a couple extra lights, a little bit of trim on the bottom, and then... Not sure about this area, because this will be partly inside another, like, kind of, like I said, tunnel or whatever, walkway that leads to that other area. I don't have the name of the mod. I don't remember it. Let's see. It's called, sorry, yeah, I do have it now. Shiny 2 Finishes. 2 as in T-O. Shiny to Finishes by Baba Booey. That's it there. So he also linked the extra finishes and get more swatch slots for even more options. You finally got me to cave in and make a liquid biofuel factory. Nice. You've seen the light. First time catching the live stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Nicholas. And thank you. Yeah, another desert video is on the way. Hey, Milad. Milad. So yeah, someone asking about, you know, what is the XP system thing? It doesn't seem to be working, so just very, very quickly, I'll just touch on it again one more time, because I'm sure this will come up a lot. But, oh, it does seem to have updated, actually. It has updated. So this is it here. So this is just YouTube doing this. It just added it to everyone's streams today, I guess. They didn't tell anyone, or they didn't tell me. Normally you get a little message telling you like about new features. This is coming, you know, just through an email or whatever. But this is just some sort of community leaderboard that basically says that the more you chat, the more you use super chats or super thanks or whatever else it is. What is it? Super stickers, any of that kind of stuff. You get added to this like leaderboard, and it's just per stream. And then whoever the top 3 are have these badges. I don't think I can change the look of those badges or colors or anything, but that's just what it is. So people now have this next to them. And that's effectively what it is. You don't get anything for gifting memberships or getting a channel membership. It's just for chat interaction and super chats and super stickers. So sending messages, super chats, and then we quickly read the stuff about it because it just answers some questions here. But that's kind of it. It's kind of seemingly broken because it started off like everyone was gaining like 20 XP every time they like wrote something, but then it just stopped. And then Todd donated like $25 and it didn't move at all through super chat. And then now it's updated a little bit, like it's gone above 75. It was stuck at 75 for a while. So I don't know, it could just be not working right, or maybe it only updates every now and then. It updated almost instantly at the beginning of the stream, like within a few messages it was like boom boom boom, like updating all the time. But now it seems to have like stalled or slowed or something. But yeah, so it's a little engagement thing, right? I guess community leaderboard, it could be good. I wish it would let you, it should read super chat or channel memberships in my opinion, not just super chats. But it might be because it's just per stream. And it might just consider like, well, if you're a member, you know, you're already a member. That might have been from a previous stream. Does it matter? I don't know. It might just be trying to think like, well, per stream makes more sense for that leaderboard, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking as well. It's like, wouldn't you just type loads of messages? This doesn't encourage spam, but I don't know. I guess you could use slow mode or something. But it does seem weird to be. I've never thought like, why would you want to encourage? I mean, it's great to encourage people chatting, but like encourage just smaller, more frequent messages. That's not a good thing. But it's nice to see them doing something. It was coincidence because yesterday we were talking about Twitch versus YouTube and like how the chat experience just isn't as good on YouTube. But to me, like the video player and discoverability and VODs, like having your video after the fact, all that stuff is like a good benefit, and the creator gets more on YouTube. That stuff is all great. But yeah, it's just like the emotes system, even the layout of the videos. Like gaming.youtube.com used to be okay, but the fact that they made it a separate URL and stuff, just it was a bit silly. Like you should just be able to have a stream, and if it's a gaming stream and they click into it, you have like UI more fit for the kind of Twitch experience almost. But whatever. It is what it is. But now I guess they're working on some things. It's taken them 6 years since Twitch did that, the kind of leaderboard in your chat thing. But at least they're doing some things. Can't complain really. Okay. Not the prettiest thing ever, but it's better than what it was, I think. Yeah, last thing I want to do is just add these same lights to the other side. We'll actually just continue them around the factory. Might look better that way. Now I'm in 8th. Everyone just checking the leaderboard all the time to see how they're stacking up. Who's the biggest fan? Ryan, I've heard having live streams and regular videos on the same channel screws with your algorithm. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say for sure. I kind of felt that too. But I don't know. I do long form content either way, so I think that's fine. But I do think if you did 10-minute videos and then you dropped in with like a 3-hour stream, that might mess with things, you know? But the fact that I just do long videos and I have long streams, I think that's okay. But I don't know, really. Concrete data on it. I didn't notice, when I started streaming on YouTube, I didn't notice like my videos started doing worse. So whatever it is, it seems to be negligible for me anyway. But a lot of people say like, oh, long form content doesn't work and Let's Plays are kind of dead and stuff. And it's like, well, I'm doing better now than I did when I was doing reviews. And I got more views on my reviews overall. But the long form stuff is definitely better for me. So, I don't know. I've never really been able to find answers to these things. Concrete answers. It's just what people say. Also, big creators have a completely warped view in my mind, or just a different view. I shouldn't say warped. A different view of like what their meta is versus like a smaller creator. Like I do consider myself a small creator. I know a lot of people look at like, oh, 100,000 subs or you're full time or whatever. It's like that's true. I think I'm like the smallest full time creator you can probably be. Like who doesn't have another job or something. So. But yeah, can you reach 1 million views doing what I'm doing? I don't know, probably not. So that might be where it comes in, where it's like, yeah, you have to do shorter form content or something. I don't know. Some people do though, actually, reach those kind of numbers. Like like City Planner Plays, actually, he just sort of does a playthrough on city building games, and he's just been building up very slowly but organically for a long time, and he's up really to like nearly million. Well, he gets millions of views on his videos at times. He did a Mannerloads video not long ago, and it's like 2 million views or something. It's like, damn. Good for him. But he doesn't have that many subs, so it's like, yeah, I guess he just has good SEO or whatever. His videos have good thumbnails, good branding. He makes good videos as well, so it just recommends and goes far. Alright, there we go. Sorry it's so laggy. Just laggy when I'm near that copper factory. So when I look in this direction, it says 48, 50, 52 FPS. When I flip around, it hitches when I like look at the copper factory. It's like, there's just like, as soon as it like loads in, it's like bang, low frame rate. And then it comes back up once I'm used to looking at it. But there's something going on with it where it's like when I first look at it, I get this big hitch. And I just don't know, yeah, I don't know what that is. And me spinning around, it doesn't even matter if I'm looking at it, just even in its general direction. So I don't know what's, and that only started happening during an update to 1.1. Sorry about that. Ryan, thank you very much. Love the streams and the builds. Keep up the great work, man. Appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you for the 2-month channel membership. Makiora, does anyone else lose massive frame rate when using lights in this game? I'd like to use them opposed to signs in certain areas, but I can't stand the almost 75% frame rate. Yeah, no, I had the same problem and I couldn't fix it. These things, right? Specifically. And not even just those, the ceiling lights as well. Yeah, so I had that in my other Desert series, and I was just like, geez, they are tanking my frame rate. Like, just absolutely tanking it. And I tried a few different settings and a few different things, and it just didn't seem to matter. Like, if they are in a row, and you're overlapping them a little bit, or their light is overlapping each other, it just seems to start costing you a huge amount of frame rate. It's not all the time though. That's why I remember these things, if they're angled a certain way, can be really bad, but if they're not, they can be okay. And the ceiling lights, if they're intersecting each other a lot, then you get a real bad frame rate. So yeah, I don't know. I tend to avoid them and just use the ceiling lights because of that. But I thought using them sparingly here would be okay. But that's it for cosmetics, right? We're done. That's it. Relatively happy with it. Just a little factory. A little basic factory. A subunit, if you will, doing its thing. It's just a component of that underneath this factory, making motors, or making the components needed to make the rotors and stators. So all it does is takes in steel ingots, takes in copper ingots, and then it churns out steel pipe and wire. That's all it does. Just needed a lot of constructors and a lot of, yeah, just a lot of constructors to do that, I guess, in a high enough volume. And I just wanted it to be simple. Super simple, little boxy rectangle, just like my other factories, really. Nothing too crazy, but better than sitting out in the complete open, I guess, to some extent. And this isn't finished, right? We'll do more cosmetics in the future, as always. Always try to do a little bit each stream. Yesterday I didn't actually, though. We're aiming for 520 should be on this. I'm kind of curious. It does only say 519. And I'm kind of curious as to why that is, but we can't... I'll just quickly trace it back and check. Because we did see pipe was a bit low earlier. I like the idea of doing that. I've never done that before, just like a little hole in the wall that I can go through. So it's this line here. So I'm just going to trace it to the machines, just make sure they're running at 100. And I'll have to just trust that I've clocked these machines correctly. So it's these 3 rows all combining onto one belt. Definitely seem to be all connected anyway. Alright, I'll just check this. I don't need to check the top row. If the bottom is fine, then the top is fine as too, because they're 50-50 split. But here, there's actually a cut in the belts. But they seem fine too. They've got plenty of steel. It could be a rounding error with the clock speed, you know? Maybe it's like a tiny, tiny bit low. It's 520 now. It might just be the way the things read. That's why I can never trust them. Like, is the average here 520? Can you tell me that? That would be what I'd like to know. Like the average over a longer period of time, because it seems to be over a short period of time. Sorry, I'll read the chat just in a sec. Just going to check these last machines and see if they're okay now. I see a yellow light down there. And it's you're short on steel. Just about. What's your percentage at? 69. If the steel pipe wasn't clocked correctly, steel itself would be backing up. I wonder, is that happening? Doesn't seem to be. Not on these ones. Not on those ones. Could just be manifold time takes a bit longer. Not sure how much longer I should leave it though before we do something about it. Anyway, so sorry for missing some chat. I'll try to go back. SEO. I think consistency is the biggest factor for the algorithm. Yeah, totally. I actually totally agree with that. And it has been for a while. Consistency and staying relatively on your topic is good. Or at least your format, whatever your format is. Hey Darren, thanks for the nice content. Maybe you get this a lot, but have you considered replacing roads and trucks with just belts? No, I wouldn't. I don't know why I'd want to do that. I like trucks. Yeah. I've often thought, like, yeah, you know, belts, there's no drawback to them. Especially now that you can draw out long belts and they just connect to each other with 1.1 blueprints. But it's the same with trains. Like, you don't need a train, you don't need a truck, you don't need a drone. A belt will do all of the same thing and not cost you any power or any fuel. It's just not as fun to me. Yeah, I agree, Datboy Kuma. Sorry, I'm still a bit further back from where the chat is now. Go into this screen when I'm reading the catching up. Is the angle 4... Sorry, did the angle 4 up copy over from the original Floodlight Got it. No, I ticked it up each time. I don't know if I did the angling for the other wall, actually. Yeah, you might be right, but it's... I give up. It's fine. But yeah, normally you go 4 notches. It doesn't copy it when you copy and paste. So if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. One window on the ocean side is... the one on the other side? Yeah, it's at the angle, isn't it? And I just said I'll leave that because it's like a structural window. That's just me being crazy. It's fine. I'm slowly feeling non-flat terrains and more constricting or harder to adapt to. They are definitely harder to adapt to, says Music Lover, but you've built mega factories in these, they look great. Yeah, non-flat terrains are more constricting, of course, yeah. Sorry, do I prefer to build over water for the space? Yeah, so in this world, I was building quite big. The main reason this factory is here... So I didn't, first of all, to back up, I didn't set out saying, like, I'm just going to build over the water and stuff. This all started from the Copper Caterium factory. So when I was choosing where to build that place and realizing how much volume I needed, and I needed water, the idea for me was like, yeah, I'll just build it over the water in this bay to get the water that I needed. But I didn't realize that the way I was going to build would make this building so large, it would go all the way out here. It only kind of grew with time. That was the main reason, because I was gathering all the copper from grassy fields, and I needed water, like a lot of water, to basically run 300 refineries. So I was like, okay, like I'll do it somewhere where there's like a lot of water, but still over some terrain. That was at least the idea. And then it just ended up growing pretty far out, because I added more sections. Then, when I needed a lot of the material in this factory in a different one, I was like, well, I'll just build it right next to it. Why not, right? So just a sky bridge, carry that stuff over, and this is where everything will go. And I just maintained the height of the stuff that was coming out. So that's the floor where stuff comes out. So I was like, well, the factory will just be naturally kind of higher up then. And then I'll keep the roads on the same height I have all the other roads. So it just ended up being the same sort of height. Then, to make use of space, so it wasn't just a floating factory, I was like, oh, on the bottom floor I can add in more things. I'll build a motor factory in there. So I started laying out everything to go into underneath this factory. But then I was like, actually kind of constrained for space, because I was like, well, I need to make all of this stuff. Where will I do that? And I just couldn't really see a way that I would fit it between here and there, especially with the roads. And when you get closer up to the beach, it's just very uneven terrain. So I was like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll just go out over the water. So that's why I did that. It wasn't, you know, the goal to try and do that. I do build fairly safe, where it's like I've got a lot of space typically. But not everything is done that way. Some of them do conform to the terrain a lot more. We can go to the iron factory in a minute, actually, because I was going to show that for talking about walkable factories. The next one up here is the petroleum coke factory. So again, the height, I think, was really determined by the road. I kept the road the same. And it uses the oil nodes here. So there's 4 oil nodes here. So I just built it on that. And it's down on the ground, but it just happens to be that there's really not much in the way down here. So it was just a big boxy factory. So again, just kind of worked out with where I ended up building. Then further out, this place is reliant on some, I can't remember what it is, iron ore, I think, which just comes in from a station in the distance. So there's a bunch of iron nodes that I gather out there. It all loads up into the station, and it's a single monorail type track that just comes in. Deliver stuff. Now, knowing how to do tracks a bit better, I could have actually had an engine on the front and back and just let it pull back and forth, but I didn't know how to do that back then. Also, I didn't know you could. So yeah, so you know, if you want freedom, obviously build in clear open space, build up high off the ground. If you want a more realistic looking factory or something, then yeah, conforming to the terrain can definitely look really cool when you make it good, but it's way harder to do. I'm so sorry for being at the screen. Name the bay Michael Bay over there. When did I start building that mega factory? So this was part of an old series, my Update 8 series, and it was like episode 6 of that series. The whole goal of the game for me was of that series was to build big factories so that you only have to ever do it once, and then upgrade your belts when you progress in the game. So it's like, oh, I'm going to build a copper factory, assuming one day we'll have 780 belt speed. And I was like, I'll just use it, build a copper factory where we get all the copper in grassy fields, because that's where I started. And it was just badly planned, because I thought, like, yeah, this will only take a few videos. It's only copper. How bad can it be? But the scale of it is the thing that makes it so complicated, because you have to divide up so many belts. So it ended up taking like 100 hours or something. It took 4 videos. And it's never been finished, really, fully, right? It's only now fully running. So when we moved over to 1.1 recently, we loaded back this old save. And people were like, yeah, get that factory up and running. It'd be cool. So that's what we've been doing. And it's been taking a while. You know, we had to build an aluminum factory to make the aluminum so that we could upgrade all the belts. And then we did upgrade it. And now we're like making sure that the copper that is being sent to different places is running properly. So we're still in the process of getting it going. It's been super fun though. It's nice to see it like it is up and running and it's doing pretty well. It's not totally 100% just yet, but when people in my Discord, one person in particular, Firestrider, was saying like he's got it running because I give out my save file and he's like, yeah, I got it running. Although he found the trucks, it takes in its ore by truck and he found that really painful to work out, but he said it works just fine. So this is the factory that was walkable, or I tried to make walkable. So I made sure that I had room for walkways and stuff between it. So that's just one I wanted to show off. If you had no jetpack or no blade runners, you could get around it. And this one, to me, really feels like a factory, like an actual, you could believe this is real, in my opinion anyway, to some degree. Because it's all painted white, things are color-coded based on what they do, it's like very functional. It's an elevator, yes. Swimming through my factory, huh? Okay, he's part of it. It's for jumping. Yeah, 15 hours making the factory work. The rest was doing quick cosmetics. Almost done. He's a worker, you know, he monitors the water extractors are doing what they should be. Yeah, so this would be a factory that is built conform to the terrain, or a little bit more, at least on that side. And I think it looks better for it. It's a bit more staggered that way, right? This floor is at a different height to that one, and this one, as is these two, so you get more interesting looking things from it, even if you just make rectangles like I have. But they're more interesting when you try to at least plant yourself to the terrain. I said almost done just because I saw it in the chat from you. What do you think about the Satisfactory Let's Gaming It Out where he only built vertically? I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I honestly haven't really watched any of his videos. I've seen bits of them. Yeah, I always feel like I sound like a real wet fart when I'm like, I just don't find his stuff interesting, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know why. It's the same with like Spiffing Brit. Like, I like these people. There's really nothing against them or anything, like truly. And it's amazing like how well they do. It's really great. There's no jealousy or anything like that, it just isn't. But I'm just like, wow, like I never would have thought that that type of video would do that well. I just never would have thought it. Because to me, I'm just like not that interested in it. And you kind of assume people are like you, right? But it's like, it turns out actually I'm the one who's in the minority. Because I think it could, I think I mentioned before, it could be because like I'm a developer, so it's like to me seeing games, like seeing weird things in games just isn't, like it's not surprising. I've seen it for 10 years now. It's always interesting when people find ways to, well, I like Legend of Total War, like, and Spiffing Brit when he like exploits a game. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I almost think it's interesting from a design perspective. It's like, oh, you figured out how to, you found a gap in design somewhere. It's like, you know, they build a system with this currency, and you're supposed to get it every now and then, but they found a way to like get it when you're not supposed to, and it's like, oh, you found like a loophole and a way around things. That's really interesting. Like, it's quite clever. But that's kind of where it ends for me. Like, after a minute of knowing what it is, I don't need to see anymore. It's like, okay, like, let's go fix it now, and then that's it. You know, because working on a game, like, you get this, you have a QA team, and the QA team come back to things like this all the time, like all the time. It's like, oh, did you know if you do this and this, you get like infinite resources? Like, oh right, shit, yeah, like let's fix that. So seeing a video on it, it's just like, whatever, man. I just don't really find it that interesting. But it's like a card trick. It's like interesting for a minute, and then it's like, okay. Anyway. You're a dev too? Yeah, kind of. I say kind of. I work part-time on Manor I have a degree in programming. I worked at Creative Assembly for a while. But yeah, I work part-time on Manor since June of last year. But in the last like few months, I've been doing barely anything on that project at the moment. Because there's not much for me to do, frankly. Everyone else is like way more talented than me, so they do all the work. I'll be coming once this update is a bit more finalized, then I can come in with a few different things. And I've been helping a little bit. I'm underplaying it, underselling it a little bit, but I've seen these yellow lights everywhere. But yeah, I'm not like full-time in the trenches, constantly on it, is really what I mean. I mean, let's game it. It's funny the first couple of times, but it just gets old watching him break games over and over. Yeah, that's the thing. That's how anyway, that's how I feel, but a lot of people really enjoy it, so that's great. Darren, I love you. We love you, but never describe you as silly or whimsical. No, I have no personality. That's my... I saw a comment recently. I was talking to a friend. My friend's always like, why don't you do these videos and stuff? He's always interested in what I'm doing. And I was like, man, I'm maxed out. You know, I'm doing Satisfactory. He's like, why don't you do Factorio? Do some other games and stuff. I'm like, I just don't have the time. I cannot do multiple things like that. It's too difficult. And I was telling him, I was like, oh, I saw a comment recently, and they were like, this would be a really great video if you were just a bit more funny. And me and him were just laughing at the idea. He's like, yeah, just add a bit more humor. Just so, can you just have a better personality, please? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. But I am who I am. I can't really, unless I really just started faking it, like to the extreme. Which I think people would see through immediately anyway. Oh yeah, I meant to put in lights down here. We should do that. But anyway, I just thought it was funny. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm not silly or whimsical. I don't mind it either. I know what I am. I'm comfortable with who I am. Honestly, a lot of my humor is very offensive and frankly stuck in the 90s. So I can't really, I wouldn't want to unleash that in a public place, on a public forum, because while some people would get it, they understand it's just jokes or whatever, a lot of people wouldn't, and it's just not correct anymore to make jokes like that, really. It sounds like way worse than it is. I don't mean like really bad stuff. I just mean like, you know, like kind of somewhat like shock humor or just being a bit stupid and silly. Like, I could do that, but trust me, like, you wouldn't want me to do that. No one would, really. But that's kind of my humor, or at least that has been my humor, so it's like, yeah. I don't really have the more family-friendly humor or entertainment vibes going on. I've just resigned myself to be like, yeah, I'm just kind of chill. Relaxed. Do my thing in the background. People like my soft accent or whatever, so it's like, yeah, whatever. Just chill. I'm just chill vibes now. This would be better if you were better looking and had more hair. Where do these people come from? No, I don't mind. It's funny. I think the person who was commenting like earnestly meant it. They were just like, I can't remember exactly what it said, but it just said something like, could you like, you have to read between the lines. Like, what do they mean when they're saying it? They just meant like moment to moment. Your videos are probably like very informational, and it'd be great to carry those moments with like some more humor or something like funny that's happening or something. You know, they're looking for something more personality. I get it. I like the feedback because it's good to know. Unfortunately, it is feedback that's like almost impossible to action on. But it's good to know, because it's like, yeah, maybe with editing I can at least make things a bit more snappy or something, you know? Good to know. I'd rather people say stuff than not say anything. Because if you just lose viewers and you don't know why, then that's worse. I'd rather people say what they want. I'm a VTuber, yeah. sorry, I should really focus on what we're doing now. So we've done the cosmetics. I was going to do motor checks, and we were kind of waiting for them to build up, and I wanted to just build in those lights because the gaps in the floors... Oh, I just filled them in now, didn't I? Yeah, I'll leave it then. I made a refined version of this blueprint as well called Align. So now it should be aligned to the world grid. So it was accidentally like a few millimeters too high, but now it should be okay. Let's see what our percentage is at now. Is it any better? It was like 60 or something before. Now it's at 75. Okay. That is better. I feel like we just have to leave it a long time and come back to it. It's not a big deal. Nothing relies on this factory right now, so... But it would be nice to make the 130 that we're supposed to. So how are these guys running? 87%. 89, 100. So again, just the last little bit of manifolds, just slightly short. And last thing I want to check is then, are stators performing okay? These are reliant on the steel pipe, and the steel pipe just seems to be a bit short. I don't know why. Like I said, it could just be a long time to get there. But how's the wire doing? Yeah, we're at 100 now. That's good. And these guys have enough steel pipe. So the belt that's doing 780 per minute, that's getting here. It's the belt that's supposed to be doing 520, which seems to be just slightly short. And that belt is trying to... It merges what it makes into another one. So I do think it could be either just long manifold times, which is fine, or... Yeah, it's supposed to be 520. Recalibrating, apparently. Or not. Well, that looks good. Yeah, anyway, I was going to say this belt overflows into that one. Its priority is its main belt. So that's actually a really great use of these two. If you want to merge one line into another to get a full belt, priority mergers, so good. And we could actually do that for doing quick wire on the copper factory. Actually, maybe that's what we'll do next. I'll do a vote though on what we do next in a minute. Yeah, shout out to that kind of system. It's really good. Wasn't really possible before. Like if we were just splitting what's going on to that, this could get backed up. We couldn't necessarily give it this as a priority, so it's really nice to do that. But I don't like seeing 519. I don't know if it's accurate though, because it was at 526 before. So it's like, well, that couldn't be, isn't even possible. So I think we just have to give it time. Yep, Sky UI is fixed for 1.1. What strategies do you have for Z fighting, or do you try to avoid blueprints designs that have to deal with it? I try to avoid it as best I can. That's my... The only strategy I have for it is what often a lot of people say. It's like change the material, then change it back, and sometimes it like... Excuse me, realigns. If I'm really particular about it, I'll go into Satisfactory Calculator, click the object that's bothering me, and update its position by like a tiny decimal point. Like 3-4 decimal points deep. Update that just a slight bit, and then that'll fix it. I've never done that in my desert series at the moment, but I have done that in previous videos. So that's typically what I'll do. And you can do it in a blueprint, so that'll help you make all your blueprints good. Because it's inconsistent. I actually have a blueprint from... So let's just save this real quickly. I'm going to do viewer's choice in a second. We're just going to hop over now that the cosmetics are done here to my desert series for a sec. I want to just show something. We'll do viewer's choice then while I'm in there on what we do next. But I'll show you like a Z fighting thing, or Z fighting as people say, that in the blueprint designer there's no Z fighting, but when you place it there's like a 1 in 5 chance it happens. So it's like, okay, so it's just not, it's obviously shifting it a little bit itself randomly. Probably try to help with Z fighting, and then it just happens. We're all number 1. Evan Roach and Duramin are both number 1. Is that possible? How's that possible? Evan Roach is number 1 for me at the moment. Well, they're both 150 XP, and so is Andrew. I don't mind that feature. If it just worked, it'd be kind of interesting to follow, I guess. Maybe I could do something for the people that are who win by the end of the stream. I don't know. Gen Z fighting. Oh, you're capped to getting 75 XP per hour? That's stupid. That's a stupid idea. You get 25 from just writing a message. That seems so badly thought out, if that's the case. That's my observation. Yeah, well, I have just passed the 2-hour mark. We're 2 hours 5 on the stream now. So we'll see if you're correct. Will it be possible now to go up to 225 as the top? See? Well, I'm sure they'll. Well, I'm not sure actually, but I would hope they'd refine it with feedback. If that is the case, there's no way you would design a system to encourage super chats and stuff, and all it takes to get the equivalent of one super chat is to write 3 messages. There's no way. Who would do that? How could you do that? Anyway, this is the blueprint I was talking about. Right, so this is a blueprint. Well, it should be. Yeah, I can't see it. Corner foundation, that's it. This thing here, right? So this corner, as you can see, it's been all painted since, so I guess that's why. So that was blueprinted down originally. And in order to get the corner looking good, there should be some overlap with these things. Yeah, so these are overlapping. As you can see, they're not Z-fighting here. They're totally fine. But some of them are. They're all the same blueprint. I never changed anything in any save editor or anything like that. There we go. These ones are Z-fighting, right? If I stay still, they're not. So it's literally the same blueprint, but just some of them do it, some of them don't. And I just don't shine a light on it and hope the YouTube compression means you never see it. But it's, it's working on the other side, at least in that instance. And then there's like a pillar here. I can't even see it, but it's a pillar going from here to here to allow for that. And sometimes you see the pillar clipping through. Yeah, just there. Hard to see. You can see it from a distance almost. Not really seeing it now actually, but it was there. Yeah, it's just kind of very slightly flickering on the edge. No, I'm not working on the Let's Play World. Sometimes I just do hop in here to show certain things off. So let's hop back. That was just all I wanted to show was the Z-fighting thing. Right, so I'll do a poll on what we should do next. So, what next? Let me just look into Mila Note. I want to see how much quickwire would we produce in that other factory. We're looking at 7,000 quickwire. Okay. So the first one will be update the quickwire of the CCF, so the copper Caterium factory. So we'll be making 7,000 per minute. It's all built in place. It's not fully running though, because we need to give it Mark 5 belts, and then we need to do what I've just done over here, which is create these things, so that we can merge up the belts, so that we've a bunch of belts that are running at 780, and then one that's like whatever the leftover is. Shouldn't be too difficult. It just means now I know how to do that. Just deploying these where they're needed. So it's redoing the quickwire belts effectively. The other option is to start planning a weapon factory of some sort. Just a little one, just to make some rifle ammo. Like, it wouldn't be big. Just make something so we have smokeless powder, make a few different obelisks, and some ammo. Won't be able to do too much with it because we can't make everything yet. We can't make nuke obelisks, right? Because we don't have that kind of stuff yet. It will be more belts, but I'm confident in saying that it wouldn't be as difficult as it was yesterday with this. The numbers are much more easy to do. Yeah, gas masks, filters, all that kind of stuff. Hazmat filters, and that will allow us to start progressing a bit more. The weapon and slash equipment factory somewhere. And those are really or the final option is more aluminum stuff. So yeah, those would be the three. So what next? Starting the poll. It's in the chat. So I'll be back in just a minute. Just need to go to the bathroom. You guys can vote on that. Yeah, the depots. Maybe if we go to the aluminum, we could do that. All right, back in a minute. Not as much. The weapon and equipment factory is the one that is winning. 65% of the vote. How many weapons do you need that can't be crafted by hand after a small pause? No, it'd just be fun to do it. I mean, do I need anything? Already beaten the game. I'm not desperately trying to progress or anything. We're just trying to build interesting things. So, you know, little weapon, little one, nothing crazy, but a weapons factory that we're got ammo coming into me back pocket whenever I need it. Of course, you can just set. I mean, in my main desert world, I did just manually craft like 1,000 nobelisks, and I was like, cool, there we go. Or semi-automatically. Vehicle deadlock. Oh my god, this happened again. Oh shit, they're actually deadlocked in the station. So weird. These deadlocks don't make any sense because they're able to drive through each other. I wonder will it fix itself? I've seen them fix themselves as well. We'll go fix them in a second. Right, so it seems like the weapons factory is the winning vote. Thank you for that. 68% of the vote for the weapons, 12% for the quick wire, and 18% for aluminum. Wow, only 12% of people wanted to see me tear what little hair I have left out. Working on belts. That's strange. Strange, weird. Help me, Darren. I'm stuck. Yeah. Step, Darren. Receiving fix-it elevator announcement. Bring your turtle to work day has been cancelled indefinitely due to yesterday's incident. Oh no. If the deadlocks still happen when 1.1 officially releases, then I'll have to do something about them, I guess. I wouldn't change that much. I would just redrive the route and make the truck room wider. Maybe make a second road that only the copper ones follow, because at the moment they take the same road for trucks that are going this way. It's a lot on the same road when they're trying to slow down and stop here, whereas if they were to drive through this part instead, it'd be better. How did you deadlock? See, again with this. You're not deadlocked, you're just waiting behind one. Oh. They're fine now. Clearly. Not that I need to, but let's just help these guys out. You just keep going. I don't want them waiting anymore. Just get moving. Alright, they should reset now a bit better. Anyway, split them up where they form a union. That's funny. Right, weapons factory. So we got to plan this out and decide where we're going to actually do it. Oh, that's cool. This was painted with the... Oh, yeah, so the mod does apply the shiny... the things that were given it originally. Interesting. Oh, so shiny. Look at that. Like... Ah. Very shiny indeed. Looks good. Alright. Weapons. So let's have a look at what it takes to make weapons. So just clear that area a little bit. So ultimately, let's write out the objects that we need. I guess we could do a melee note board for this. Even keep it small. An equipment factory, you know? Kind of reset it. Not so much on the screen. Alrighty. Equipment. I think I've just broken this. Let me just go back in. There we go. Who's this Eric guy? Trucks in this game will never stop being funny. How about Hyper 2 cannons for trucks? You can obviously set them up with the launch pads. That'd be kind of funny as well. Just bounce them out of there. Once they, it's like as they're leaving, like just bounce out over the road or something. The aligned clean ceiling light is not public yet. Just haven't gotten around to it. You can just make it yourself. If you use the clean ceiling light, pop it into a blueprint. But do it by looking at a foundation you put in the blueprint. So just, you know, the way I've done it on the ceilings. Like you place it on the ceiling, you need something to place it against. If you just do that in a designer, then delete the foundation, save it, then it's aligned. That's all I did. Yeah, so I could make homing rifle ammo. We make high-speed connectors there in that factory, so could do it. So ultimately what we're looking to make... I'll get the wiki actually be better than this, then I'll use this to plan it out. Satisfactory wiki GG. Okay, so we need filters. both kinds. Right, so we need gas filter, and then we need the iodine infused filter. That takes quick wire. Looks like we're going back into the quick wire. We have aluminum casing now, so that's good. For the regular filters, we need fabric, iron plates, and coal. Okay. Fabric, iron plates, coal. Let me write that down. I'll just forget. Fabric, iron, coal. So fabric comes from make it as a byproduct of polymer resin. Because the other one isn't really automated, right? We need to automate this. Polymer resin plus water. So we do need water and some sort of oil. Scouting mission. Yeah, so I was saying that we probably need to make a plastic factory anyway. So you can... yeah, what would we do? Because we can get some of our oil, make fuel. Or we could just straight up make heavy oil. What else do you get out of heavy oil? You can make cable and things, right? We don't really need that, though. I do need smokeless powder, and you need heavy oil for it. Boom, there we go. Alright, cool. It works. So oil to heavy oil will give us the polymer. Then we need water. That'll give us the fabric. We also then need coal and iron. And then we'll need sulfur and coal. That's everything we need, right? If we wanted to then do... That's for the filters and stuff. Yeah, heavy oil residue, just as a standard alternate, will give us the polymer resin. So that's... We need a little bit of oil. Might go up to the Spire Coast, just somewhere different that looks nice to be in. Nice climate. Yeah, I'll look at the interactive map in a minute. That's one section of things. The next section of things is then looking at, like, well, what kind of nobelisks or rifle... Well, let's do rifle ammo first. So, rifle ammo requires copper sheet, if I'm not mistaken. Where do I just see the standard recipe? Rifle ammo. Oh, there it is. Copper sheet plus smokeless powder. Cool. We need copper sheet. You only need a tiny amount. And then anything else uses that rifle ammo to make your turbo rifle ammo. So we're not going to do that. I use all my turbo fuel. We need aluminum casing. These are the same. That's fine. Is this the only ammo types? Turbo, rifle, and homing? I thought there was one more. I guess not. I think I'm thinking of the shatter rebar and pulse and stuff. But yeah, I guess it's just for the rebar gun. All right, so with high-speed connectors, we can make it homing. I'd like to do that personally. And we'll just take them. We'll drone them from our factory. That'd be great. That way we don't have to like build near it. Okay, plan is coming together. Heavy oil recycled recipe loop. I don't think I'll do any recycling. I'll just make heavy oil and we'll consume it all. I'm kind of confused actually. Yeah, let me just see. Oh yeah, in making smokeless powder. That's it. Yeah, we'll make the smokeless powder with it. Right. Then the last thing is looking at obelisks if you want to do anything with them. So, standard obelisk is obviously just black powder, so again, plus steel pipe. Okay. And then to make anything else, like the pulse, we'd need crystal oscillators. I don't think we make a factory for that yet. We could use some of the smokeless powder plus AI limiters to make nukes, but we'd need the uranium, which we don't have yet. Gas obelisks. Cluster is the popular one, right? So we could just use, maybe make a few clusters. So that would just require more sulfur, more coal, which we have on site. That's all you need for these, right? Or do you need steel pipe for this as well? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Everything. A bit of a messy list of things that you need to get to come together, but that's why it's fun. Now we look at the Satisfactory calculator website and we'll decide where these things will go. I won't be able to do nukes. We don't have the uranium, and I'm not doing all that just for the Nobelisk. In future, like we'll get them. I'd like to leave space in this place to maybe be able to do that. Let's throw in my save file as well, just so we can see what we've got going on. Edge makes me cringe. Too many memories of IE. Edge is great. I have no problem with it. Really good now. Internet Explorer was slow and weird, but this is fine. Very minimal. I don't use ad blockers. I don't agree with them. I honestly don't notice the ads. It's not where I'm looking when I'm doing things on the internet. That website is probably the website I interact with the most that has the most ads, actually. The Satisfactory wiki. I thought Coffee Stain ran that site. Why is it full of ads? Because it's the official wiki. But beyond that, I just use Twitter and Reddit and YouTube. I have YouTube Premium. Reddit ads are pretty, like, not invasive, in my opinion. Like, I never notice them because they're kind of disguised. And Twitter ads are pretty bad, but I don't use Twitter that much. Discord doesn't have any, so that's fine. Those are really the only sites I use. Beyond functional sites like banks and PayPal and stuff like that. Edge is just Chromium anyways. The reason I switched from Chrome to Edge was that I had Opera for a while as well. I really liked Opera, actually. But the reason I switched was because Edge used the least amount of CPU and RAM. So I was like, okay, that's the one I'll go with. It's the least performance intensive, in my experience. Because Chrome was crazy. I never have loads of tabs, and it was tanking performance for me. I was like, screw this. There's like 60 Chrome processes running, and I've got 3 tabs open. I'm like, I don't understand even what's happening. So I much prefer Edge. I use Edge on my phone now as well. I use Brave. Yeah, everyone can do what they want. I've never used Brave before or anything, but I just don't use ad blocks. I don't agree with it. But if there's too many ads on something, I just don't use it. Right, let me get rid of some of these nodes. God, this is slow. Because the save file is like really complex and I'm streaming and stuff. Might be worth turning off some things. Alright, that's better already. Yeah, so and then we want to reveal the map, don't we? Turn off the walls, 43,000 objects of walls, 41,000 walkways. Get rid of all that stuff. Okay, options. So, map options, reveal the map, bonk. There we go. So, I do have a small platform down here using some of the oil, and that's where the coal factory is. Ads on mobile sites are insane. Trying to read a recipe on your phone is nearly impossible. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've tried to use game guides and stuff because I like to get trophies and stuff. And you go to something like even IGN on your phone, and it's like banner ad atop the top of the screen, slide in ad here. You know, you wait a few seconds, then something else appears just in enough time for you to think that there's nothing about to pop up. So you click the screen, and it's like, fuck's sake. So it's just a nightmare. So just don't use it anymore. Just don't use it anymore. But yeah, I totally agree that ads are out of control. So people do what you got to do, but I just don't do that. That's just me. The fandom wiki. As soon as I see that fandom wiki thing, because It takes you to fandom, and then what happens is the top of your screen, it's like, oh, everything's fine, and then boom, like the screen comes down to here, and there's like a video playing, and the X is like so tiny to get rid of it. It's like, what are we doing, man? Anyway, they're only hurting themselves in the long run with that stuff. Any suggestions? So we need oil, right? So let's pop in what we need. Oil, coal, sulfur is the core ingredients of what we need, and then we can kind of fly in the other things like the iron plates, the steel pipe, and the high-speed connector. But I would say the core, and even the copper sheet could be flown in if we really need to, or we could maybe if we find copper just nearby, that'd be okay. We'll go resource nodes now. We'll look at oil. And honestly, an impure oil node would be perfect. Just something trashy out of the way. We'll just toggle them all on though, just to see where they are. So then we need our sulfur. Then we need... if possible, iron and copper, but it's not really needed. We could fly that in. We make an abundance of those things. I'm sorry it's slow. It's just because there's so much in this map info now. Oh yeah, we have that up there. I do kind of think like just building it somewhere up on the Spire coast is probably what I'd like to do. Because I'll probably use the oil down in the bottom right for something in the future. Proper oil factory. I know people use that for rocket fuel because the sulfur is nearby. And then all the other nodes are tapped already, so yeah. It kind of has to be in the Spire Coast, I think. Or in this location. I'd say just peel off one of these. Coal is the other thing, actually. If you wanted to, you could even build an oil pipeline that ran along here. Bring it to an area like down here. Combine the coal and sulfur. Build a factory somewhere there. Bottom right, because I've got my coal factory there, and there's actually a lot of oil down here, I would do something bigger with that, in my opinion. Like, it does have everything you need. It's got the sulfur, it's got the coal. That's why people do rocket fuel here, right? You make your compacted coal, make your turbo fuel or whatever, and all of that stuff. But I would reserve that. I'm going to leave that alone. Yeah, I'm going to work on the top. I'm just not sure which node to take. Because it could take something like that and use the sulfur and coal here. You know, build it maybe here. Or I could take one of these ones. I would want to leave the main body for other things. I think this one. Can't decide. These are closer for sure. Sulfur's actually up really high, so that's not really as easy as it sounds. The sulfur there with the coal there. Nah. I think I'll do it over here. Sorry for taking a while, but I think I'll do that. Yeah, because the impure nodes is what we want to take. We don't want to use a high volume of anything. This is a normal sulfur node. There's an impure sulfur node down there. Two of them. No, I'll just take a bit of this, and we'll just, you know that it's not going to be used fully, and hopefully, like, in future, we could maybe combine it with something else if we really wanted to. Alright, so that's where we'll go. To the top of the map, and how I get that oil over is still to be debated. One pipeline, maybe? Now that we have auto connect, it'll just connect the pipe as we walk along, so it'll be nice and quick. Bring along the ocean. Drone the oil? I wouldn't do that. You could. You'd have to package it and stuff, but I wouldn't do that. Yeah, top left is a pretty area, and I've never really built up there anyway. Our nitrogen gas temporary setup is up there right now. One Mark II... Sorry, packaged crude, completely standalone factory. You don't need any large production rates. I don't really like packaging liquids. I don't know why everyone does that, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. Packaged oil. So we'd have to get canisters. To make canisters, we need iron, right? Or plastic. Oh, right. So use the plastic, use the oil to make plastic. And then the heavy oil could be the byproduct. Because when you make plastic, you get heavy oil, don't you? Oh, no, you get, oh, you do, yeah. Heavy oil then could be, but I need polymer resin. I'll think about it. Let's think about it as we get there. I'm not doing rocket fuel. We already have a rocket fuel plant. And yeah, everyone does it in the blue crater. I'll never do it there. That's because everyone always says, this is where you got to do it. So I'm like, well, we got to do it somewhere else then. If everyone else does it, I got to do something different. But you're right. It has everything you need. I'd recommend turning the excess oil products into plastic once the containers are full. No, I wouldn't do that. Because then, to me, then when I fire bullets and I use ammo, the container empties. And it starts making more of that. And then my plastic production goes down. I wouldn't risk that. That's crazy. I don't know why people do that. Like, they're like, oh yeah, I want to make... I'll make excess power with the leftover I have. But then when I use whatever items I'm using, like buildables... the power will like come down a bit. I'm like, well, that's crazy then. Like even with batteries, I just find that like crazy that people do that. I mean, each to their own. I'm really not judging, but I just find I have that OCD brain where I'm like, you either are making it forever or you're not. It's not a volume thing. It's not like, oh, well, you have enough to fill a container. And then, like, when you draw from that container temporarily, the thing doesn't work for a while or whatever. It's like, no. Either on all the time or it's not. Yeah, the most you'll get out of it is tickets in the sink. That's true, but you can't build a factory to rely on 30 plastic per minute if the 30 per minute is dependent on you shooting your gun or not. Like, that's insane to me. Why do I need the plastic at all if I can't rely on it for an actual factory? That's how I view it. Oh, so I start shooting my gun, I draw a few stacks of ammo into my inventory or nobelisks or whatever, and eventually, like, yeah, that container has to refill, so it starts using the oil for a different purpose or whatever, and then the plastic doesn't get made. So any factory that was built dependent on that plastic then runs down, and then it goes back up. Now, if you just want the plastic to build with, it's like, yeah, that's fine, I guess, but I don't need that. Because one thing I'll show really quickly actually on my Mila note is when I make something, like I assume I have that resource to do something with. So my desert series, I have this, right? So these are all, each one of these colored icons is a factory. So I've got my steel foundry, and it makes this stuff. Motor factory makes this, and these are the items per minute here, and this is the surplus left over. If I make something, I'm like, yeah, this is what I have in the world. And then I can make a new factory based off of those numbers. I'm like, yeah, well, I've got 160 steel pipe, so I know that I can send 150 this way. 120 will go into this factory, 30 goes into this one, and I know I've got 10 left over. But to me, it's like really important to have those numbers correct. Or I like to. You don't have to do any of this, but I like to know. And these can't change based on something I just do in the world. They are what they are. Now, you could have a number where it's like, oh, you put a V next to it. It's like, well, this is a variable number. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. It's like, well, there's no point to it then, in my opinion, anyway. You did a nitrogen train for nuclear power? Yeah, I could do an oil train. We could just deliver the oil over. I wouldn't mind doing that. Good practice, actually, to do fluid trains because, They can be a little unreliable, and this wouldn't be important. The alternative option would be power. After all, you can never have too much of that. Yeah, for the variable line, I guess. But again, you can't rely on it. I just don't... You can't rely on it. Now, with enough batteries, if you had loads of batteries or power storage, and then it's like, yeah, if I draw a lot of ammo for a while, it's like, well, the worst case scenario, it goes down for like 20 minutes, right? And then it comes back up. That I can see, because then it's like somewhat controlled. You could have it on the variable line. It's like, yeah, it's pretty much always there. And if I do eat into it, power storage will make up the difference for a while. That would be better than something like plastic, for me anyway. Oh yeah, there's already power out here. Nice. Yeah, we could do a train. I could just use my train blueprints and just go straight across the water. We'll go pick up the oil. Let's get that done first, shall we? Change this now to be... I'll just leave that there because it's already done. We checked on the motors. Okay. The viewer's choice. Well, now we'll start with oil train. Also need to figure out some numbers that we're happy with to actually get this working. Oil comes in, smokeless powder. Oil comes in, we turn it into heavy oil. We use the heavy oil to make smokeless powder. We get the byproduct of polymer resin to make fabric. The fabric is used for the filters. We need coal. Oh yeah, filters. And we also need to drone in aluminum casing from our new aluminum factory. Cool. Alright, this will be good. This will be good fun. Lots of things to do, but not much high volume, so nothing should take like really long on each individual. You don't have to do lots of machines. You can keep syncing excess weapons if you want a consistent output, but too much effort. Hey Darn, I agree. Hey Darn, I remember when 1.0 came out, you used to live stream different save. How far did you get in the playthrough? We beat the game. It's the only time I ever have. I like processing all the base resources with the most efficient recipes, and all the endgame stuff without options. Then the creativity comes in how I connect the dots. Yeah, that's cool. That's kind of what the original vision of this was. I built a factory to make 12,000 copper ingots, using all the pure recipes, using all the copper in the grassy fields. And same with Caterium. And the idea was like, great, now I just have copper available. If any other factory ever needs copper, we'll just bring it in from this place. That was the idea. Those beans can survive 2 nukes. That's awesome that they can do that. Right, so oil comes in just over here. The oil is there, right? The node that we want. We basically want to send the oil pretty much straight west. I could go down into here and build a train somewhere here, and the train just goes up to the left and down. Like to the left, down, and then left. Yeah, I'll probably just do that. Because that way the height doesn't matter. This oil will just be already higher than the train station, so no pumps, nothing crazy needed. Train can just cut through that little area. Make sure that a train can fit through there. We'll get started. It's just going to be blueprinted rails. It'll just auto-connect and go the whole way down. We could do a single track, I suppose. Although it seems like you should probably just build a double track just in case we do other things in the future. But it's a lot of steel. That'll be the only drawback. You double. Could go crazy and go off the grid if I wanted to. Yeah, I'd say let's do it. Let's go off the grid. And that one off the grid. I want it to be at least roughly at the same angle as the starting one, at least. Alright, cool. Madman, I know, right? Crazy. I think we'll have to keep to that height. Okay. That's here. Double check that we can go this way without hitting into things. Alright, I need to be just ever so slightly higher. Whew. I jumped past the Mercer Sphere. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, let's do this double rail. Right. I'm gonna have to go fetch more steel though, because yeah, to build this properly, we'll need a lot in the inventory. I'm out already. So let's do some inventory management. We'll clear this and we'll start building this back. This is actually more important to me. Let's grab those. We have 500 viewers? Really? God damn. Thank you so much. Sorry, I suck. Off-grid building, time to unsubscribe. Yeah, I know. I'm like, never like to do that really, but I know you're joking as well, but I think when it comes to trains, rail, that kind of thing, that's okay, because we can realign them pretty easily now that they dynamically like kind of curve and stuff back into wherever you want, so they're really easy to bring back in line. Just as long as we know we're off the grid with them and we don't build a factory off of the station, off the rail, we know we're good. Line things up. I shouldn't be so afraid of the going off the grid. It's not that bad. Just have to know when you do it. It's only bad when you think you're on the grid and then you realize you're not, and that's like, oh my god. We just jump up here and we can leap off and go a bit further with the biofuel. So I'm gonna run back. We're gonna dump the inventory into something. I'll zip line back here then. We can get back here pretty quick. And then we should have loads of steel just to build that out. And I'll need a little bit of concrete as well. Why not include a hypertube in the rail blueprints? Because there's a massive rail line that we can ride instead of shoving ourselves into a tube that we can't get out of. Why not just build a train and go along the train whenever we need to? That would be my argument there. Yeah, I guess with enough power you can go quite quick on a hypertube though, but I just wouldn't bother. Got to switch the fuel type when I jumped off, so we didn't go as far as I could have. Thanks, Atel. For Adel. I'm the best Satisfactory content creator, zero clout, just straightforward factory building. Who has the most clout? Who's the streamer with the biggest ego? Or clout? I don't even know what clout means in this scenario. Spill me some tea. I've never watched any of the other guys. I've never talked to any of them ever. Gibbs. Kibitz. One thing I did see from him not that long ago is that he was like talking about politics and stuff. I don't remember what the context for that was. It might have... I can't remember what it was. But there's some clip where it was like at the beginning of one of his streams. And he was saying, he's like, I'm just going to get this out of the way. And then he's talking about tariffs or something. I was like... Good luck with that. Yeah, so clout... I would understand clout to mean like prestige, actually. In some ways. I don't know. I'm not down with the kids' lingo. Clout a good thing or a bad thing? If you have clout... Let's look it up. Clout meaning. I feel such an old man. To hit someone, to clout them. I guess clout meaning Urban Dictionary, right? Refers to influence or power, particularly in social, political contexts. In modern usage, especially on social media, it signifies a person's level of fame, popularity, or presence. The way the person Adel used it said, no shade towards Kib, it's just not my cup of tea. More of an entertainer. Is it a good thing for you to say that I have zero clout? So I have zero influence or power. So the way I read it was more like zero ego, I guess. But I don't know. I agree with both, though, either way. Have you entertained the idea of doing a collab with Kibitz? I'd do a collab with anyone. It would just be for them to reach out to me. And it'd depend if I had time. I don't watch any of them. I honestly don't know anything about them. It'd be like a neo-Nazi and I wouldn't even know, you know? It's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it with this person. And people are like, oh, no, you can't do it with him. So I'd have to, like, ask people or look into them, I guess, to know more about them and then probably do it. But I would be totally up for it. I'm sure they're all fine. I was just making a joke, like, as in, like, I don't know. And it could be the case where it's like, oh, this person's, like, a real asshole. That's funny that this has become real shiny because of that mod. You can just change it back, though. So I'm using a mod at the moment where if we use default, right, this is the color that it was. Right, so that's it there. That's the default color. But if we use shiny, we now get the finish, but on any color we want. So I can make a pink finish, orange finish, any color, right? Blue, whatever. So it's just a mod that does that. We've got two mods active, Sky UI and this one, which I've forgotten the name. It's called Shiny to Finish, I think. And it's great. It does mean that anything that was painted that previously was listed as shiny, because there is a shiny in the game, it's just so subtle that you don't even really notice it. So it just means that certain things have already been brightened up for me, but I think it's a great mod. Like, it makes things look so much better when you want them to. Especially for like pipes, like these blue pipes. So these are done. Let's do pipe water, I think was the color. We could do shiny. Oh my god, it's like night and day. You love to see it. That's the way finishes should be. They shouldn't be like 4, 5 colors or whatever that all look the exact, like the actual material looks the same. I don't really understand why you can't just pick the color, but now you can if you use mods. Yeah, I must have accidentally had shiny on when I painted this. Oh, that's a big deal. We'll just try to correct it real quick while I'm here. This is the music from Surviving Mars, yeah. No, you're not tripping. Alright, cool. There we go. Anyway. I came here for the inventory, so we want to go get steel beams. Might just leave my inventory here, to be honest. But we want lots of these. All the things we need. Steel pipe, concrete, iron plates. Very few iron plates, a lot of concrete, a lot of steel. Pipe is basically non-existent. So for the most part I can drop pretty much everything in here. Just take what we need. I don't even need that. Won't be building anything else. We'll run back to get this stuff later. Just want a complete, pretty much blank inventory to build to just build loads of rail. Alright, so my inventory is pretty much empty. We're just gonna go get some steel, get some concrete. I like you just talk about what you're doing. Kibitz adds memes. Total Eclipse adds a tutorial narrative to his videos. Yeah, well, my videos are very guide-centric, I would say. Like, I probably over-explain certain things. Yeah, people say that a lot, Jason, as well. It's like chill, relaxing to have in the background. People say they fall asleep to my stuff. Did you have an issue loading your save with the mods active? Nope. Not these ones. Other mods aren't compatible. Not all mods are compatible. So 1.1... the mod loader has updated to 1.1, so it means you can now attempt to load your mods, but it just depends on what the mod is. So for instance, this one, Sky UI, hasn't been updated, but it works. It's obviously like a mod running on top of the game in a way. Whereas other mods might rely on certain things, like the cartograph mod that like populates the map with buildings. Well, there's new objects in the game, so it crashes. Doesn't know what to do with them. So yeah, you have to be careful with that. But that's why I just picked two, just the two that I know are working. I would just wait until the 1.1 releases on June 10th, because then I'm sure mod authors will actually start to update their stuff properly then. Because right now, there's very little point in doing it, because there's likely to be that one more patch before it moves over to stable. So, it's a bit risky. I keep forgetting where my steel is in this world. I just have one very small steel plant, I think, and it's over there. I don't like blue being the color for this. We're going to make it like the steel reddish brown color that I often use. The concrete's here though, actually, so I guess I'll go grab some of that now. We're also nearly out of concrete. I don't have a concrete factory. That'll be another thing to make. I've just been pulling out of big containers I used to have. Excuse me. And sending them into depots. In fact, there's a depot around the corner I can get rid of now, if I can pick that one up. June 10th is release date? Yep. Alright, the rest of the inventory will just fill with steel. We'll head back north and just get laying out. We'll lay pipe, as they say. Lay rail, I guess, really. But you do need steel pipe to do it. I think a SMP style playthrough with all YouTubers, Kibitz, Bits, Eclipse would be awesome. Yeah, I'd be down. I don't know if it would view well. That might be why they wouldn't do it. I'd be up for it. I'd be up for trying it. Why not? Am I going live on June 10th? Maybe. What day is it? June 10th is a Tuesday. Yeah, maybe. I feel like it'd be a bit... I guess as a content creator, see, a good YouTuber would say yes, definitely, obviously. Like, all eyes on the game then. But to me, it's just like, well, I kind of already am playing 1.1. I don't know if I'd be doing anything that different. But there might be some new content worth checking out, I guess. I'd be streaming the next day either way anyway. So no harm in maybe doing it. Unless I have something else to do. Video-wise, I mean. I need to make a good little layout for these to look a bit better. Is that... Wow. So shiny white just makes it like chrome. What is that in the distance? What is that? Oh, it's the 2 power towers. Ah, cool. Interesting, right. So that's just white. Because they were white and blue before. Now they're like almost like that chrome material. What would this look like then? It might be even more reflective than chrome, like the actual chrome. Oh yeah, it's these bits that change. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, very shiny indeed. What about so if it was actual chrome? Oh, it's basically the same then. Okay. Yeah, so I guess your white shiny is just basically like a reflective type material. Are you planning to automate homing ammo or explosive? Yeah, actually, it's funny that you mentioned explosive because I'm not planning on doing anything with the rebar gun. But for homing ammo, or I mean rifle ammo, yeah, I am planning on automating that. We have high-speed connectors already. I'll fly them in via drone. That'll do the job. Alright, there we go. That's as much as I can take with me. Let's go back north. See if we can take a zip line that'll get me there quick. I'll drive the roads and then take the zip line the rest of the way, actually. Darn, where are you going to get the quartz from for the ammo factory? Why do I need quartz? I didn't write that down as anything I needed. We do have a factory up there that does like 1,000 quartz crystal per minute or something like that. Something pretty good. That one, just that black kind of ish factory up there. Dark gray. Shatter. I wasn't planning on doing anything with rebar. I was just going to use rifle ammo and filters. I don't know, I never really used the rebar gun. The explosive ammo is cool, but I'm a ecologist, right? I like to keep the trees, preserve them, so I don't like blowing things up like that. There's too much splash damage. It's the same why I don't really do cluster and obelisks. We'll make them just for the fun of it, but I don't really use them because I'd like to determine which trees I'll destroy and not. So I know I'm a bit weird like that. But that's because I've got a biofuel factory, you know? It's all fuel for me. Not to waste them. The stun is pretty good though, right? Because it literally frees enemies, and then you can whip out the other gun and just blast them if you wanted. So that is good to have that combo. So we could do, maybe I can look into it. If the question is where am I going to get it from, I mean there is raw quartz in a cave up there, I guess. Bit awkward to reach. I'll have to look into the recipe. If it uses quartz crystal, we could actually just fly a little bit in from a drone as well. Happy to use drones for that because it's like low quantity. We have rocket fuel. The drones are ready to go, so that would be an easy one. Wish they would speed this thing up. It's kind of slow now. 90 kilometers per hour. It's quartz crystal? Yeah, so I don't use that quartz crystal for anything at the moment. I think I will eventually use it for crystal oscillators. But yeah, we could skim a little bit off the top. Send that up there, just fly it up there with a drone. Oh. Can't actually pick it up because I got too much stuff in my inventory. This is faster. No, the speed's not based on fuel. I know this for a fact. The fuel doesn't change your Explorer. It changes drones, but it doesn't change anything else. We actually did tests on this not that long ago. People were saying the same about trucks. They were like, different fuel types are faster. So we lined up trucks and we did a little race and timed it and put it into my video editor. Into Premiere Pro, just so we could see like exactly to the millisecond if any of them were any faster, and they weren't. They're all the same. And we did it in creative mode. It would be cool if they did though, like rocket fuel. I mean, it works for drones, right? So the principle could, in principle, you could kind of say like, yeah, there's basis for this to happen. Rocket fuel goes faster than trains. I feel like trains are a bit too slow as well. There's, again, I was looking at mods today, and there's a mod that makes trains go faster. Like, I think by default, it's 120 kilometers on a flat surface is how fast they go. And they can go up pretty fast if you're going downhill. But I just feel like their default max speed should be like at least 150. Just at least. I would actually put it to like 200. Wouldn't change the acceleration though or anything. Just the top speed. Like, let us go a bit quicker. Because you can go 500 if you want, if you go downhill. Like, people do it. So the game's capable of it. I just wish there was like a higher max speed. And they would look cooler than flying by. You want trains to explode? What about a created a server where fans can join and wreak havoc? I ran a multiplayer server for a while, and so did other people in my Discord. And yeah, I just don't have time to be playing in multiplayer games. I know people are sick of me saying, "Oh, I don't have time for this." All my time just goes into trying to make enough videos for the series on YouTube, and I need to do that. It's really priority number one. And then I have my streams, and then I have my Manderlord stuff that I do a little bit on the side. That's it. That's all I do at the moment. And I'll have Anno 1800 or Anno 117 coming up soon, so I want to make sure I'm able to cover that. So I know that with a multiplayer server, I know with Fix My Factory, all these other things, I just wouldn't be able to do it unless we decided like, okay, let's pack up the streams in this format and I'll stream multiplayer instead. Like that would be the only way I could do it. I'm so ready for 117. Dude, I can't wait. My video did okay, but not as good as I was hoping, so I'm a little bit like, I hope it does well enough that I can actually do it on YouTube and people will watch. Because I love the game, so any excuse to play it a lot. I'll probably stream it as well. My best streams ever were Anno streams, in terms of viewer count, and especially even the view count, and afterwards, when it became a video, it went up to like huge numbers, so I was like, damn. And I was just playing 1800 randomly. Seeing your track record, we'll be expecting a new 1.1 stable series. No, yeah, don't worry. No new series. That's funny. That's a funny thought, but no, yeah. Everything will just continue. It'll be fine. There'll be no do-over for the Desert series. They'd have to radically change the game somehow for me to go like, well, we have to start again. But I don't think that... It would have to be insane. Yeah, no, I thought explode when crashing is what you meant. It changes speed significantly in Factorio. Probably a lot of splash over confusion from people who play both. Yeah, and also just the fact that it's different in drones, so you might just assume it as well. I could understand why people would think that. That's so funny you just mentioned Factorio, because the music for that just came on. What I would love to, if I could make it as a, not that I'm trying to, but if all I had to do is stream and I no longer had to record videos and edit, oh my god, that'd be great. I'd just stream like 6 days a week, 8 hours a day or something, and I'd just be like, okay, this is like Factorio day, this is Satisfactory day, this is Anno day. Oh, that'd be so easy. Right. You give me the angle I want. A decent turn angle. Not too crazy. Although we have to do it on right angles anyway, I guess. That's 3 and then 3, so it'll be okay. Ooh, I'll actually tell it to pull from the depot first if it can, just so that we're always refilling it first before my inventory. When's the new video coming? Saturday? Probably Sunday. Already partially recorded. Very cool. Oh. Got one more. Left side's on the half. Yeah, no, that's okay. Don't worry about that. We're not on the grid anyway. It's all good. I don't have to do right angle turns. We could just turn wherever I want. But I'm just trying to have some sort of order to it. So we need to go 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Can I even get rid of that? We could bomb it, right? Don't have that with me. Okay, well, we'll do that on the way back. Clear these trees. First time stream viewer. Great to catch you live. Hey, Jetpack Monkey Terminator. Cool name, by the way. If you streamed every day, you might have an unimpressed partner. I know I would. Oh no, she wouldn't mind at all. I mean, I'm in here every day, regardless, for the same amount of time. Whether I was streaming or not wouldn't make a difference. We see each other the same amount. Because either I'm streaming or I'm in here recording or working on Manor Lords or something. So I'm in here soloing anyway, you know. Although some days it is like, yeah, let's just go out for a while, for a couple hours, because that's the benefit, I guess, of not having strict hours. But for the most part, like, she's, you know, unimpressed with the fact that I'm up till like 2 in the morning sometimes just working on stuff when we're supposed to watch a movie or something. We could turn now and be still off grid. Do this at an angle. Doesn't rail turns work on a 2x2 now in 1.1? I don't know. Be cool if the creators could sequentially work on the same file. Darren builds, passes a save to Kivitz. Kivitz passes it to Eclipse and so on. I don't know though, like, I don't know if that would really actually be that interesting. I think if you were to do anything together, it'd be best just to have us all together. Doing something together, so we could build a factory real quick. It's like, okay, you do the assemblers, I'll do the constructors, you know, something like that. But I'm not sure like it'd be that interesting. You pass one factory to the other. I don't know. I'm just struggling to understand how that would really work as a viewer, I guess. You know, I'll move this just a little further over as well. But that's probably just my lack of imagination. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like the turn was a bit wonky. Do it again. Yeah, that's better. There's power down here, so we can just give it power and drive it real quick just to make sure it is working. But that's me out of steel now, so pretty good. Blew through the steel though. We got just over halfway. Have to go make another run for it. There's a huge container back down there as well, not just the station. Yeah, infinite nudging makes things so much nicer as well. Together but separate is the only real way to do multiplayer. Oh, really? I think I would imagine it like this. Okay, we agree on a plan for a factory, and then one of us like does a section of it, another does another section, and we do it all in parallel together. As long as we have an understanding of what the logic map is before we begin. So you all would be figuring out what rates would be and building in a way that makes you think like each other. Thanks, by the way, for the super chat. Yeah. I just think, wouldn't it be better that we're all there active at the same time, rather than like a video or a stream of someone being like, okay, like let's see what Total Eclipse has done, and we have to like just quickly kind of work that out, and then like I have to build and continue on from it. I just think it'd be better to be like, here we are all together, and we're all making something at the same time. I just think that would be better, but I don't know. In the end, you decided a single impure crude oil node, correct? For all the rifle ammo types and both types of filters based on crude oil, a Druid and Satisfactory modeler, you need a lot. I appreciate that. I'm just going to work it out myself, though. That's part of the fun for me, is working it out. But also, we're not going to use all of it. Not going to use all of it. Just going to use what we need. So I'm going to set the target and work backwards. Not tap all the oil out of one node. Because I'll probably use the other oil for something else in the future. There's no point using all the oil just for weapons. This is just temporary, so we can just build something, get power onto the rail. That was done at the worst possible angle. That just powers both rails now for us, so that's good. Rotterdam. Oops. Make our train like shiny. Nice. Just want to make sure everything connected. I'm pretty sure it did. It's just one or two of the auto connects I wasn't sure if it flipped the right way. Don't think the second rail is connected? Yeah, we'll go back on the other version and see. On the other side, I mean. Make the Spiral Coast pipeline like the Desert Series here. It'd be so cool to have it. It's too big. That pipeline. We only need one bit of oil. And we've decided we're doing a train. So that's already happened. Have to watch the Desert Series to see that. Go. Oh. That looks fine. I have room? Oh yeah, I've got room now. Alright, we'll just ride back the other way. I'll obviously get the chainsaw and stuff, and we can start removing some of this foliage and stuff that's in the way. We know that the station, a platform somewhere around here with a pipeline going straight into it, just one impure node, but a nice long pipeline, so we can break that off and use the other mounts in the future if we want. Really, this is going to look really weird as a train, thinking about it, because it is just going to be like one freight car. I mean, I suppose we could do multiple. It's kind of a long journey. Oh, didn't think he'd survive. The fact that this has power on this side means that it is connected. But we are good. And emails about sponsorship opportunities. I keep getting emails from companies that want me to like sign up with them as a company. I don't really know much about that though. I'm like, can't you just tell me whatever the deal is and I'll decide on a per deal basis? I don't want to be like... I don't want an agent. I don't know. That's crazy that the rail connected. That's crazy. It just works. Yeah, that'd be cool as well, Adel. I've just read that now. Divide the map into different sectors. Oh my god, you're right. You're right, it didn't connect properly. Visually. How did that work then? Let me just see, do we have power now that I've cut that? No. So weird. Yeah, that's really weird. What did I do? I did this, and then I just went into there or something. Hmm. Yeah, weird. Maybe just because it was literally touching the edge of it, it counts. I thought it actually has to connect in. But anyway, just to keep power alive for now, you'll just connect that in again. Although I'm just going to be extending this. Right, we have to just go back, get a little bit more steel yet again. Another run back and forth. And that should be enough to get us all the way down. Then we can actually build the oil. How did it have power? I don't know. I don't know. The rail was right next to it. I thought I clicked the rail to go into it. Maybe graphically it just didn't connect. Seems to be the most likely answer. Oh, we never checked. It's been we're at hour 3 now. If the XP has gone up by another 75, like that person thought that maybe you were just gaining that amount every hour. Let's see. No, it's gone up way more now. Now we're up to 275 XP. 225 would be if you had 3 hours of 75 per hour. So higher than that. And number 1 is Eric for some reason. So yeah, I have no idea. That leaderboard thing seems to be... It can't be a cap of 75 per hour because we've only done 3 hours. And it's gone higher than that. Unless I'm mathing wrong. 275 divided by 3. 91. I've been live for 3 hours 20 minutes. The track elevation gain at the last turn bugs me. It shouldn't be gaining any elevation. I'll double check. It's a mistake if it is. Because I lowered the foundation back down, didn't I? I thought I did. I'm 20 minutes over 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, we'll check it at the 4 hour mark, I guess. Maybe they sloop the XP at some point. Yeah, maybe. That's funny. Someone's been slooping their XP. Same amount in, but they get a little bit out extra. Good, not seeing any yellow lights in there. I don't think so anyway. Actually, now that we're passing by this area, let's just see how things... Oh no, it's still yellow lights here. Yeah, there's something wrong. I won't get distracted with it now, but that's a shame. either the wire or it does seem like it's the steel pipe that's having the issue. That's good, because the wire's the one with the complicated overflow. So it's something to do with not making enough steel. It could just be a very, very small rounding error. Because whatever rates I set, they're all running. None of those are having a problem. This should be at 520 per minute though. And it is sometimes, but not all the time. So maybe that's part of it. Don't like seeing things like that and leaving it, but I want to move on for a bit. How many assemblers do you have in a row in that motor plant? Per row, there are 10. There are 60 assemblers total. And they're clocked to have the equivalent of 52. Yeah, so this is updated now. So that's what you need, right? You need 52 assemblers of each to make 260. But there is more machines than that. I've just clocked, because that's the way it was built. So I've just clocked them to have the equivalent of that. And they're definitely clocked correct. They are doing 260 output. What might not be clocked correct is these. They might be a bit wrong. I don't know though. That's where I'd have to check back again. So we're making 700 ore that goes into 20 refineries, 1300 ingots, 1300 ingots in 32.5 foundries combined with 1300 coal. Should give us the steel. The steel ingots then go and get made in the equivalent of 65 constructors. And then out of that we get 780 and 520, like out of this. That's at least the plan for the factory. Super hyped for June 10th. I'm going to have popcorn and Coke ready for my 64-inch TV set to watch Darren live. It's going to be epic. Thank you. What would be your top request for 1.2 now that vertical nudging is already in? No, it's a bit early for that, but one can dream. Yeah, no, totally. 1.2. Well, at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about a lot of the small things that I'd like to see. Like, I still think lots of custom swatches would be cool. Being able to look at multiple machines like this and then paste your setting onto all of them. So those would be the quality of life things that I'd like to see. As for things I'd like to see now properly with 1.2, like in terms of features though, you know, it would be like now new content in terms of machines and things that are doing things. I had said before that it'd be kind of cool to get a sort of a hybrid, like not quite a blender, but like not quite a refinery, but something in between both. So maybe like 2 liquid inputs, 1 material output. Just a new machine type. It's like some sort of new machine with some new recipes. But like obviously to factor that into how is it going to work into the game. It'd be cool to get some new alternate recipes just for some padding of how you approach the game. 1.2 will probably most likely come alongside DLC. And I've just been saying like DLC, I'd like to see them do underwater stuff. Like that would be my main thing I'd like to go for. You can go underwater. They update for free. Like as part of the free update, it would be like the theme will be a big aquatic update, right? So you have this water-based DLC, but then also like now it's like the 600 pipe bug is fixed. You know, we figured out like better water simulation in pipes. There's a new vehicle that can go on land and sea. You need to make like oxygen. So you need the fluid tanks, the empty fluid tanks, you compress gas, like oxygen gas. You make that somehow. And that allows you to go underwater with the new equipment that lets you like a hover pack, but in the water. Like in Subnautica, they have the, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a little diver thing that you go down with. So that's what I'd be like, yeah, let's do that. That's a DLC that doesn't requires to make a new map. It lets us use parts of the map that people don't really build in that much. They build over it maybe, but not under it. We can add some new deposits out there, so no one who doesn't have the DLC is affected by this. But if you do have the DLC, you've got more stuff. Then the free update like improves like existing things like pumps, liquids, pipes, and in that you have now you've got priority junctions on pipes or something like that, you know, maybe a more pressure-based system. Something like that, I think it'd be great. Is that any of that going to happen? Probably not, but that's what I would be like. If I was the game director, I'd be like, this is an easy first DLC for us, relatively speaking. And you need some sort of like meta progression to it though, because you can't just have it be like, oh, make this for the space elevator. You'd have to design some sort of system where it's like, okay, do the Foundry thing if it's like, oh, it's going up to space and you're sending it off to these different planets to help with the pioneers. Or it could be more like, you could even have an on-world marketplace thinking about it, but you could have fixed contracts where it's like there's just like randomly generated contracts that come in for different goods and they give you something and that thing you use to buy certain things, but I don't know what any of that would be. You have to really think about it, but that's just where my head goes when it's like, what would you do for DLC / the new update after this? Because you'd be at the point where it's like, okay, new content. This 1.1 is really like getting it ready for console, quality of life improvements, you know, animations, the thing is really bring it up to that PlayStation standard of like a proper quality game. No longer like an early access feeling thing. Like, yeah, when I destroy a tree, it falls down and we see it. It doesn't just vanish. Things like that. So that's all taken care of now. There's more voice lines, you know, and stuff. But yeah, it's all taken care of. So now with 1.2, it's like new content. It needs to kind of happen at some point. If they want to continue the game, obviously. At some point, they're probably going to just move on from it, I guess. There's a new island that's accessible in 1.1. Yeah. Is it this one down here or something? I don't really, yeah. Expansions to the map is cool, I guess. But it doesn't really do much for me. Unless it's like a really big new area, like a new biome. Then it's like, yeah, okay. But if you added a more northern part of the map or something, or it doesn't have to be north, but you fill out a gap. I don't think they're ever going to do this personally, but if they did, they fill out a gap and it's like, that's the snow biome, you know? It's like a big mountain up there or something, or a frozen wasteland. Or like salt flats or something. That's kind of what you have here, though. That'd be kind of cool. But I don't really want just set dressing for the sake of it. I'd rather new like machines and things. They could do an underground biome, like there's in Foundry, or not? Yeah, in Foundry, there's like an underground lava biome. Like that's kind of cool. Maybe a cave systems lead down deep underneath the map into like a whole new area, and there's new stuff down there. That'd be all kind of interesting. It's funny you say 1.2 and DLC. The folks up at Coffee Stain say that they don't know what we are talking about. Is it just? I mean, they've said that themselves that they're going to do DLC, so pretty obvious. And they were like, "Do you have any ideas?" They literally asked people like, any ideas for DLC? Let us know." I'm sure they're like well, I'm sure they know now, but I'm sure when the game came out, they were like, "What do we do? Like, how do we? What would be a good doable first DLC?" And I'm guaranteeing they'll want to get that in for the Steam winter sale. But the game will be on sale and the first DLC will be out. I mean, that seems obvious to me with the timelines we're currently looking at. Oh yeah, we want to see if this is raised. That person was saying they think this is raised over the other one. Let's see if they're correct. Yeah, they might be. Yeah, it looks like they are. It looks like I didn't bring it down quite as low as I thought. That's okay, we can fix that pretty quickly. Let's just see, though. Yeah, it looks like it's a meter too high. Okay, cool. Good eye on that one. Didn't notice it myself. Did I drop a crate when I did that? Dropped one further back. Okay, that's fine. Ah. It's trying to auto-connect in front of itself, so I have to just remove those. They're probably going to go into that container, but that'll be fine. Pick it up in a minute. A crate nearby? Somewhere here. Okay, get the rest in a minute. Just build out more track, we'll have the room for it. Damn it. This is why we need to be able to swim or go underwater properly. Hey, Muck. Good to see you. Got it. Alright, so I'll have to build just a little further out on this side, and then we'll curve into it. Yeah, there it'll be fine. Probably should have auto-connected it first and see if that was good enough spacing. Try that. Just because it might not be, it might be too long. Oh no, it's okay. Cool. It looks a bit odd though, no? Like the spacing doesn't stay the same. Oh, maybe I'm just crazy. Tell you what, we'll do the auto-connect and just see what looks good for spacing and then place it in. We can do this, blueprint, auto-connect, confirm, and then move it. I'll have to lower it down, but at least this gives us a better indication of how it looks. Maybe I'll just have to turn it. Oh, it's only auto-connecting one for some reason. So that's confirmed. Yeah, why is it only doing one? I don't know. Oh, there. Okay. I know there's a half foundation in between. That should be consistent either regardless, you know? I know that. I was saying that it looked like this was coming in over that half foundation, and that seemed a bit odd to me. But that just could be to do with how it's turning. All right, I'll just turn it then myself. There we go. No big deal. How are you nudging on the Z plane? It's funny actually. In Unreal, it's the Y plane. Oh no, you're right. It is the Z plane. Actually, you're right. In other engines, it's anyway. It doesn't matter. It's page up and page down, as was mentioned. You have to be in 1.1 though to do that. 1.1 comes out for everyone on June 10th, but you can opt into it whenever you want on Steam or on Epic. Now, I might stop somewhere here because I'm not sure how much further we're planning on going. We needed coal. Why do I keep forgetting what it is? So we have the oil. This is what the train's for. Then we need coal. Then we need a little bit of iron, perhaps. Copper, if it is there. Oh, sulfur. That's the main thing. Coal and sulfur. And we'll remove all this stuff later. Yeah, it could just be the vegetation, like you said. And it could be, I think it is just the mind doing that, because it just happened to look at it like it from a certain angle, but probably not all angles. We'll take one of these impure nodes. Then we have to choose a location that's close to the sulfur. The coal and sulfur need to combine, and wherever they combine is where the train needs to kind of come in. See how high up that sulfur is. Nice, good. Train could come all the way in here. That could be kind of cool. Gonna fall. Ow. Bring the tracks right in here. That'd be kind of nice. There's geothermal. Maybe we turn on a geothermal power here. We have the sulfur. Do a little weapons factory in this kind of crater. We'd have to get the coal in here. We drive it in. Coal would power itself by driving itself. That could be kind of cool. That way we'd have a drone, a train, and a car coming all in at one place. That'd be kind of neat, just for the fun of it. Rule of cool is important. I agree. Yeah, it'd be cool to come in through this archway. It'd be cool to branch off with one line in there, and then wherever it comes back out, go out the other side. Maybe. I don't know. The other thing, yeah, I guess I need to think about is... where do we turn the track? Or does it just come in and then pull back out? We could use a locomotive that has an engine at the front and the back, which would be fine because it's only going to be like 2 carriages of oil anyway. I'm just thinking, would that work? Would it be able to switch lanes? But it wouldn't need to. Yeah, that would work. I think. So the thing I'm struggling with, let me draw it in paint. It's probably the easiest way. Sorry for the flashbang. Let's say we have a track here. Oh my god. No one else. So that's one of our tracks there, right? And we've got another one here. Okay. Let's just say the terrain is kind of like this at the moment, and we're going into this valley here. Okay, so this is our valley that we want to bring this track into. So I obviously want we're actually left-hand drive in this world. So maybe I'll stick with that. So we'll stay with left, I guess is going that way. Well, actually, you know what? We can make the trains right-hand drive. Why not? I know people prefer that. So we'll say right-hand drive that way, this side that way, right? So as our oil train comes along this way and it pulls into some location here, am I able to then say, if it was a bi-directional train, right, with a carriage on one end here, sorry, an engine on both ends here. Am I able to say, like, okay, on your route going back now, you have to go this way? Wouldn't it just take that route as well? It would take whichever one it was on. Or is it the case that I would have to make sure that the oil is only accessible from this track? Josh is saying yes, so if I run into problems, you guys can help me out with it, I guess. So we'll try that. That is what I'd like to do. It does always take the shortest route. Yeah. Just trying to figure out for the other side. So the other side, I guess, if this is the far end, then we're now saying, like, this would lead into the station. And then this would, like, bring it back out. So the bi-directional train is, like, here and here. So we pull into the station, and you could have only... But you could have gotten to that location from either direction. I'm just saying, like, how do I set a rail direction? You can't do that. Oh, you do with the signals. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Signals have a direction, don't they? So it would know that it can't do that. Oh, you're right. This is solved then. This is solved. Yeah, my bad. I just thought you create blocks. But obviously... Yeah. Well, how does that work with single rails then? Oh, they just don't have signals on them. Because I've got a monorail, right, that goes straight from one location to another. And it does just run... The trains do just run back and forth on a single track. But there are no blocks. Because they would have had a direction, so I couldn't have done that. Right? Anyway, we'll see. We'll play around with it. I'm kind of curious to know more about that. So when you place a signal down, it does have a facing direction. So when I pull in... Yeah. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Alright, well, this is where we're going to do it. In the bean... Oh, yeah, and there's water here. We also needed that, so that's great. Well, let me then, before I build any more rail, let's figure out where the rail really needs to pull in. So we have the geothermal powering the area, which is nice. This can all be destroyed. Can be brought in. That's the world grid. That's actually a pretty good alignment, actually. So yeah, we can get back on that with the rail, I think. Maybe not, actually. Might want the rail to come in straight like this. This could be where my station goes. We're gonna go off grid. It would be nice to keep the height the same as the grid, though, if we could do that at least. Right, so that's the line that I want to take. Let's empower it in here so I can float as well. Please just put it underneath. There we go. Alright, so that's our train. We need 2 off of this side. Block signal denotes the block ahead is occupied. Yeah, I'm aware of signal. Well, anyway, we'll talk about it when we actually build the station. One thing I'm not 100% on. Sure, it'll be fine though. You guys know better than me with this. Alright, that'll be our end point. So let's get our station down. Right, train station facing this direction. The center, push forward by 1. Well, actually, we might need to be pulled back. What are we doing here? We're on... Yeah, this should be okay then. It's going to be a fluid freight platform. Here. 1, 2. I'm going to divide it into 3 carriages. I don't know if we need that, but let's just do it. Train to look a little bit better that way. Then we're going to need a station on the front. They're telling us to go back that direction. But surface is too uneven. Okay. Cool. Could train in the water as well. Well, there's water here and we don't need that much. I think even one extractor will do the job, so it'll be okay. That might be a bit overkill. Would make the train look better though, I agree. Alright, so this height is fine. I just want to get out to that rough location so we can turn onto this angle. So we'll just turn onto this angle from about here. In fact, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's go about there. Now this is lowered. Actually, I didn't think about that. We're lowered down than we need to be, so I might have to raise it there because I don't want to lower the rail. But it'll give us our angle. So let's just use this as the base height that we're going with. Right, so this is actually the height that we need. Alright, so we're actually going to be building the station slightly elevated. Yes, but it just keeps everything steady. Put the station on the right track as a opposite either end. Loop out. Put the station on the right track, opposite on either end, and loop out of the end of the station into the other track. Train will swap tracks after unloading. Okay, when I'm building it, if I don't do it right, just tell me. I think I understand though. I don't know why I'm building that. We don't need that. We know where it's going to go now. That's the right height. So from here, we can build the rail out. Ah, we'll use the single track here though now. Okay, nice gradual turn. I have to move this just slightly to the right. I don't like how it's doing that. That's better. Cool. Right. We're ultimately just trying to get over there. Now, I could keep that dead straight and we just join onto it. Now, I think it'd be nicer to kind of bend the rail a bit. Cove is sweet if you use all glass floors. It'd be nice to be able to see some of the water, actually, yeah. And we could light underneath it, too. The OCD kicked in? Yeah, well, yeah. I'm not gonna break all my rules. Otherwise, it's chaos. Damn it. Fucking hate the hoverpack, man. Its range sucks. Okay. The hoverpack's fault, not my fault, okay? Bit tight. Bring this back a bit. Yeah, actually, we'll go like here and keep that straight, and then we'll just do a junction that peels off that turn. That should be fine. Okay, so just even somewhere like there will be fine. We just have to go down a bit. Not too sure exactly where I want to do this. I suppose we could auto-connect it and see. I don't know why it's doing that where we're only seeing the one, but that's roughly where we need it to be. That would be a good turn. Need to kind of remember that placement. This is the center point here, if I just keep still. I'm sure there's a better way of doing that. I'm just too stupid. Up there, maybe? Yep, that's alright. This would just continue on straight, and then there'll be a peel-off point for that. So who knows, you know, this might go around the map or continue on to some other rail line in the future, but for now, leave it like that. And get rid of that foundation somehow on its own if I can. That one. Alright, cool. We're almost there, almost connected. Sorry, I didn't read anything. I'm 7th on the stream. Come on, let's go. On the leaderboard. I should display the leaderboard on the OBS, actually. That'd be funny. It should be able to take the charge from the tower as well. It does. When you do auto connect. Well, first of all, my hover pack is charging from this, so I don't know if it's just like not as strong, but like this is the range of the tower. That's the range there. I'm just about out of range here. Now, if I build a power line, let's say just even a little bit in front. Range of a power line, way better. Way better. Because I only built like what, 2 foundations in front, but I definitely went further than that. But these things don't do as well on their own for range, it seems. Probably why I keep falling. Also, the rail will have sometimes has power, right? It helps out. But when you build an auto-connected rail, it actually cuts the power until you move away and then come back. It's just like a bug, I guess. So that's what we've got now, right? So the oil will just go in there and it can go onto either side. Now we'll need signals. Let me see if I can give that rail power now, because I'm just going to keep falling. Yeah, before I do the signals and stuff. Make a ramp? You'll thank me later? Not sure why I need a ramp. Yeah, we're at 1 minute away from the ranking to go up. Let's just keep an eye on this, because we're just wondering, well, it's already jumped. So there's now 300 XP at the top of the leaderboard. We're trying to figure out what this does. So I'm about to cross the 4-hour mark in 30 seconds, and we're wondering if it's going to bump then, but it's obviously already come up since then. So it's not every hour either way. Can't be. 300 divided by 4, because we've just been about 4 hours live now. What is that? 75 or something? Don't know. Yeah, 75. So just a few seconds. 10 seconds. See if it changes at all. I can't remember who gave what today. Let's see. So Evan Roach gave a super chat of $10. Can't see any further back than that for some reason. Oh, now I can. Todd Rafferty gave 25. Although Todd, yes, so Todd's there. That's the 4-hour mark now. Just past it. I don't know. Todd for the epic beard. Not that I'm not even trying to. We're not trying to encourage people to use this or anything. I'm just trying to figure out like how it works. Because for a long time it just stayed at everyone was at 75 XP and it didn't move, and it didn't seem to matter how many messages. So when does it refresh? Is like what we're trying to work out. Is it every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour? And people were saying like, oh, it's definitely capped at 75 max XP per hour, but that can't be true. We've been live for just exactly 4 hours now. Oh, well, actually it could be true because now it's exactly 4 hours. And 300 divided by 4 is 75. But maybe it's like the hour counter that I have is slightly off compared to what it thinks it's doing. That could be the case. But maybe it refreshed 10 minutes ago. But capping it at all is so dumb because it's based on whether you give super chats and also just live messages. So in theory, it's like if it just caps it at 75 and one single message is 25 XP, and it's capped at 75, all you have to do is write 3 messages and then you have the most you can per that hour. So it's like, I just don't get it. Don't get it. But today's the first implementation of it, so maybe it'll change. We'll see. No, it doesn't say that. So just really quickly on this again. So if you press the question mark, it says, what's the leaderboard? It's a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages or send super chats and super stickers. Learn more or turn it off in the help center. I'll probably turn this off. I wouldn't mind it if it was better balanced. So yeah, why participate? Make the streamer more money. Opting out of the leaderboard. Viewers are automatically enrolled, but you can opt out if you want. Is there anything I can do with the XP? No. If I make one of the top 3 spots, how long do I keep it? The badge. They keep it during the stream. Badges are reassigned in real time as viewers change positions. In real time. Doesn't say every hour, by the way. Once the live stream ends, the badges go away. How much is each eligible action worth? Experience points are automatically calculated when viewers send a live chat or purchase a super chat, super sticker, or gift. So it's whatever the amount is, it's automatically calculated. Is there a limit to the number of points that can be earned through live chat? Yes, there is a cap on the number of points that can be earned from live chat messages. Also, I don't know what it is. Also, depending on the user's country and region, the daily and weekly purchase limit is going to vary. In general, a user can spend up to 500 USD per day or up to 2000 USD per week with the local equivalent. I wonder why they do that. Why cap it? Anyway, combined on gifts powered by jewels, which I don't know. People said that jewels is like the currency you can use to buy super stickers or something, and then there's super chats and super stickers. It changed again. It's migrated around. So maybe it's just supposed to do it really regularly, and it's just we don't know the timing of it. It's still 300 though. So the max at 75 per hour seems to be somewhat true. Cap is for children, not to overuse. Yeah, I guess so. That's funny. Anyway, so that's the most we understand about it for now. I think you could win by just spamming in the chat. That's why I think... So here's how I would change it. It shouldn't be for just sending messages. That's insane. Unless it's like, if you sent a message, like one message in an hour, then it's like, okay, yeah, fine. That's fine. Not to encourage every message to be counted. It should include channel memberships. It doesn't at the moment. It only includes super chats. I kind of understand why, because it's like, well, these roll over the course of a month, whereas the chats and super chats only last that day. I kind of get that, but still, I would still include it. It's like, oh, you gifted 10 memberships, like, you should be on the leaderboard. In my view. You should get some XP for giving a like to the video. That'd be nice. Maybe a little cheesy, I don't know. But it's like some sort of engagement or interaction. I guess that's what the chat is. It could be like a like or a dislike. Maybe it would be the fair thing to do.
Oh boy. Let me just hook this up so then I can at least float and build. Right, so this rail has power, right? No? Oh yeah, because I disconnected it, didn't I? Do this temporarily. We'll move that soon. Alright, cool. We have power. So I want to get rid of these stilts. I also need to get to destroy these things, but I don't have my Novelist thing with me. I'll have to go get that. I guess that's kind of it though, right? That is what it's going to be, and then we just need to do the signals. So am I right in... this is the bit where I'll need help, because this section, I don't think it can have signals, right? Because it could go back or forward, and a signal has a direction. But there's no signals here. It's more about the signal before you turn in, I think. So it'll be a block. Well, can I even do... this is where I don't understand how I do this. This would have to be a path out. But can we drive through that? Normally it's like a path. And then we're driving on the right-hand side, right? So we'd have a path here. And this would be a block. Hasn't segmented anything for some reason, but... I have to change this music in a sec, sorry. One block signal where the line splits into two is all that's needed. One block signal where the line splits into two. This line splits into two here. The only thing I'm just wondering about is how can that be? Because if I build a block signal here, which direction do I put it? Are we going in? Or are we going out? That's why I feel like this doesn't need a signal at all. It's these that need the signal. Right, so you have the path determining if you can cross over and go in. Put two signals, one in each direction? I didn't think you could do that. Is that possible? This would need to be a path then. A path in and a block out. That's the rule. Hang on. So a path signal in. And a block signal out. I had no idea. I didn't think you were even allowed to do that. Because a while ago we were looking at the aluminum factory and we were saying like, oh, I wasn't allowed to flip it. It wouldn't let me flip it no matter what. And I was like, oh, it must be because there's already signals on it. I think it was because there was already a train on it though. Which is fair enough. That's a block and that's a path. Yeah, that's correct. So we then need a path signal always needs a block after it to know what it's doing. Do a block here. That'll calm the path signal down. This has a graphical glitch. You have to reload the game if you want to see it. Well, it'll tell me anyway here. Yeah. Block has conflicting signal types. Don't block past the signals entering it. I hate trains. Trains suck. I don't know what to do then for this. If it was a double track, I could do it no problem. I can build junctions no problem. But I don't know. Other way around, other way around. Okay, so let's start again. I'll just let you tell me what to do, okay? I'm just going to blank slate because otherwise it's too difficult to know what everyone's saying. So I'll just remove this. You guys tell me what to do. So from this perspective here, what do I need to place there? A path. Okay. So we need a path signal facing that direction. Cool. I thought I had that, but maybe I did it wrong. I assume we then need a block signal here. Yep. Cool. Right. Now, don't write anything else until this next part. So this next part, what do I need on the right-hand track, the forward track, here? What do I need there? With my orientation facing forward, what has to face forward? What signal has to face forward? Did I just swap those out the wrong way around? Is that why that wasn't working? Because I thought that was my logic too, but I guess maybe I placed it wrong. Path. Yep, that's what I would think. Path. And a path facing forward. They were backwards. Okay, maybe I just made that. I must have just done that by mistake then, because at least my understanding of path in, block out was right. And then presumably, here is a block going this way, right? So rotating back around, block out. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. Now, I assume also somewhere here you would need a block out. And this would also need, in the future, a path in. Yep. And that's just fine because it doesn't have anywhere to go. That's why it's saying that, right? Yeah. And that's okay. But the path will be able to recognize it, which is the important thing. Okay, cool. Signaling done. Now, should we should... Well, we don't need anything else here. It's only going to be one train. That's fine. Actually, I'm just going to give this a bit more space. Why is that a path signal? Oh, I literally must have been putting down the wrong ones. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Fine, so you just have to do a few of these down the way. Won't go too far with it because it'd be good to get the novelisks and blow this stuff up as I do the signals, probably. Alright, cool. Let's go get ourselves that equipment that I left behind. Might have to just get rid of some of this steel stuff. I might leave it here in containers. Maybe I'll try to use it as we build up this place. It is interesting. It does say, like, waiting for a path reservation. It just does that until the train comes up to it. Yeah, okay. I love Transport Fever. Yeah, that's a game I really want to play, actually. And this game still confuses me with trains sometimes. This game is different with trains than other ones because it only has 2 signal types. And a lot of people want, like, chain signals, and there's block chain and there's some other one that's typically used in most train games. But this game just puts everything on the path signal, I guess. I'm excited for that Transport Fever 3, though. It would be cool to play 2 before we get to that. What I was thinking of doing, I don't know if this would be a good or worthwhile goal, because I know a lot of people do just are here for a Satisfactory, and that's cool. But I was thinking, like, of adding a goal of some sort, of membership goal, to then do a different game. And we could vote on what the game is. But it could be Factorio, it could be Transport Fever, something like that. And it would be an additional stream, not a replacement of one of these, but an additional stream per week for one of these other games. Because I'd like to stream it, because that way I don't have to spend the time learning it. You guys can tell me how to play it. Save me a lot of time. I don't know what the goal should be. We're at a pretty high member count already, but maybe like... Well, honestly, to warrant having a whole other day of streaming, probably be like 1,000. I don't know if we'd hit that, but maybe. It does seem a bit high. I don't know. To be honest, 600 seems high. Don't worry about the Mercer Spheres. Don't worry about them. I've got more than I need right now. Okay. I love that when people are like, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. I'm the same when I watch other people too, to some degree. But I walk by a hard drive site and they're like, you can destroy the hard drive site, you know? And it's like, yeah, I know. Speaking of 600, you're at 550. 555. 550. Oh, right, viewers? Jeez. I don't know what's going on lately. That's great, though. Thank you. I just need to get up there to the aluminum. I'm going to drop my steel up there and pick up the rest of my inventory that I'm missing. The signal showed right when you look at it. Like someone said before, if you're driving on the side the steering wheel would be, you'll be able to smack the signal with your hand. No, in this update you can actually switch the sides. So do you see it says build mode left side? I've actually switched that myself. So that wasn't the indication of which direction things were going. That's new. And that's probably what confused me in some ways as well. I just think I had the wrong type in my hand when I put it down. Because I was saying it out loud correctly. Path in, block out. But I was obviously just placing it the wrong way around. And then when it didn't look right, I was like, well, this is... I was like, what am I doing wrong? But it's like, oh, you're just building wrong. You had the right logic. Thankfully, it was just that. I don't know about Lizard Hotspot here. The only one I know of is in the Titan Forest. I didn't know there was one up here. I like the hard drive sites. It's part of the scenery. Yeah, same. That's exactly it. If I'm going to build in an area and I need that space, then I'll remove it. But I don't mind them being there. I understand people say like, oh, but I don't know if I've got it or not. But I just leave one of those icons on it, like this. Then I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, it has an icon. You can just check that from really far away. So it's no big deal. And then when I've cleared an entire area, with like a radar tower or something, it'll say no hard drives left, and I just remove those stamps. Now I know, like, oh yeah, well, these are all gone. But I've never said like that's how you should do it. You want to just be sure to get rid of it, you know? I came here for a reason, to pick up something that was in my inventory. Ah, it's in the other one. That's why. Excuse me. Jesus. Alright, so what I'm going to do now temporarily is just fill this with this. Fill this with this. I'll put two-dimensional depots on these. That went into a crate somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Now we'll just have a little bit of extra steel when I'm out until these drain. What else can I do with this crap? A lot of wire for no reason. Get rid of that. Okay. Pull from inventory first, please. Alright, let's go back. So now we're going to clear all the terrain of all the crap, put down the remaining signals, build a station on the other side, and then our oil train will be up and running. Even more concrete and silica in there. Take the silica. Do the same thing here. Versosphere are way more annoying to find than crush sites. You won't need to carry around. Oh yeah, but I don't know. It's fine. What do you think about that? Now I'll go get it. Right there. I probably just didn't see it. If I'm there and I see it, I'll get it. If it's surrounded by an animal or something's in the way, sometimes I'm just like, ah, forget it. It's fine, I'll get it later. I couldn't commit to leaving that one. That would just be too painful. I couldn't do it. What's the keyboard shortcut for adding a stamp? Left, alt, right click. Hey, look, see from a glance, I know I've gotten that hard drive. Amazing. You just press left alt then to see the stamp. Or any stamp that you leave. Ah, lost my momentum. Damn, lost it again. Yeah, I also might consider that I often don't really go looking for spheres. I just use the interactive map and it tells me where they are. That's probably part of the reason why I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just get, when I need them, I just load up the map and I'm like, boom, bam, 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 bam. Haven't got those ones, get those. You just throw your save into it. So in fairness, I'm just used to doing that. You love the interactions with Ada and the thing? I just feel like it's too vague. I don't even know what's going on between them. Sometimes it could be funny. I like my favorite Ada lines are the new ones. For when you're in an elevator. And you have elevator. That's kind of fun. Oh yeah, that'd be a good feature, Gunther. The jetpack to get fuel from your depot, so you don't have to have a bit of fuel on you all the time. That would be nice. Hotkeys to swap fuel type. I came this far, wow. Didn't really mean to be honest. Alright. Do I have an obelisk? So now I find out I don't even have any. Oh, I do. Nice. Oop. Damaged my rail a little bit. Score beating it. I use the interactive map. Score beating it? I used the interactive map once because I was annoyed finding a cave. Now I've beaten it. I used interactive map. Oh yeah, same here. Yeah. I didn't use it. I initially found most things on the map myself and used the object scanner and used radar towers. So trying to, you know, get more immersed and just play it how they kind of intended. But now that I've beaten the game, it's like, yeah. The map is the way to go. Just to save you time. Got 4 left. Damn. Alright, great. Alright, so now we just need to ride the rail. We can just build a rail, or a train to do that. And we need to make a station on the other side now. Should be a little easier. This factory is going to be built off-grid. It'll have its own grid. So this is the grid for the factory here. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong side. I just forgot to press the button. I have to move that as well. Did say I would do signals actually at the same time. I should probably do that. Make them pretty wide anyway. Wide blocks. So I build my signals on the left side so that they can be on the inside half foundation. That's why that half foundation exists. Yeah, yeah, sorry, I'll get rid of the giant power line clipping through. Power now transfers with this anyway, so we don't really need it. I want to make a blueprint with signals. The spacing wouldn't be enough, or I'd have to remember to every second blueprint or every third one put down the signals. I guess I could do that. Why are signals needed if they're directional? Signals are needed just to create segments of the railway that prevent trains from occupying the same track at the same time. Preventing train collisions, basically. Like, even if trains are all going the same direction, one could be stopped at a junction because it doesn't want a train to cross paths with it, right? So, let's say there's a junction up here, right? We could go straight or we could go right. Now, maybe there's a train coming this way and going to the right. So the one that's going this way that also wants to go to the right has to wait until that one goes through the path first, and then it'll go through the path. Now, while this train is now waiting, what could happen is another train could come up behind it and ram it. So you need a block signal to say, like, look, if I'm on this track, you have to wait behind that one. And it just keeps everyone spaced out. That's basically the reason. And your signals just need to be the length of the longest train. The gap between them, I mean. Alrighty. So, yeah, one day we might go forward or around that corner or something. For now, we'll just have... Yeah, I wonder... We've got 2 lines coming in here. Could do it where it's just one, actually, thinking about it. No harm in having 2, though. We'll leave it as 2. Now that it's down, let's leave it. Ow. I have a rifle and homing ammo on me, don't I? Actually, to be the most optimized should be the length of the shortest train. No. Has to be the length of the longest train, right? If it's the length of the shortest train, then a long train would occupy... It could overlap a junction. Too long. No, the shortest? God, just give me the middle ground here. There. Alright, so here we have a junction. You need the longest train length before and after junctions. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying just might as well make it consistent then everywhere. But if the rule is short on just random blocks, but long on the junctions, might as well just tell people the rule is the longest, because it's not going to make any difference otherwise, right? But the whole argument for me anyways. Like, let's say that our train is like this. Well, I guess let's just say that's the length of a train. Well, that won't work. I was going to make little blocks for each individual car. There's no point doing that. Let's say this is the length of our train. Okay, so I'll put down some signals first, right? So our signals are, let's say we have, that's one train that's long. And this is another train that's like not that long. It's like a bit shorter. It's about there. Okay. If the rule was place your signals at the length of the shortest trains, well then you would go like, okay, so this is my shortest train. And therefore my block signal should be, you know, my signals in should be about here. Right? That's the length of the shortest train, about there. And about there. Whatever the shortest length is. So this one's fine. Right? It comes up, it waits or whatever, or it goes through. Or whatever. Yeah, so the next signal, the block signal would be, oh, sorry, hang on, I have to do the signals again. You'd actually have signals here, right? The first signals that are path and block need to be like there, and there, and there. And then your segment is here, right? So this is your short segment, let's say. Because your rule is like the length of the shortest train. So then your short train is coming up, doing its thing. It waits, it checks that the junction is clear to go through, and it goes through. Great. Right? It could stop there. If something is here, it could stop here. But I've just said, let's just say that's the shortest length, right? So there. So cool, we have a short train. We've built our junctions to the shortest thing. Not just junctions, but all signals are now able to fit like this, pretty much in there. Okay, cool. So this junction, or this signal, doesn't do anything. This one is checking the one in front of it that it's clear. So you never wait at this one, because this is a path signal. So it's like, great, we're driving through. This one's after checking that it's clear, so we at least can make it to this point. At least. This is occupied by a hazard, then our train waits here. Fine. If our long train comes through, obviously it's not going to work, right? We go through. We're after checking that we can go through, and then what happens? We stop here. And we're blocking the junction now. So fair enough, if you're saying that the rule is just on straight segments, no junctions, you want to keep them as short as possible, I suppose that's fine. Does it really make a difference? I find it, I can't struggle to think like why it would make a difference saying that you're waiting here versus waiting back there. Because if they're short, the long train might occupy 2 segments. Not a big deal. The other train will just wait behind it, right? As long as there's no junction in the way. But if there's a junction in the way, then this rule doesn't work. You have to have 2 rules. I like having one rule so I can tell people, build your spacing for the length of your longest train, and you'll never have any issues. I think maybe it's more optimal the other way, but to say to people like, no, you want short signals on straight segments, but long ones. Find your longest train for all junctions. It's like, well, maybe just keep it long for everything? Isn't that just fine? Yeah, you might be able to fit a few more trains on the tracks. I guess that would be the point, right? Yeah. Yeah, that would be the point. On long track segments that are solo, no junctions, you could fit in a bit more. That is a good point. But yeah, I guess I never thought of that because I've just never had a congested network. Well, at least yet. Maybe in the future, if I have a lot of trains, I will. Yeah, no need to min-max them unless you have like 200 trains. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, it's good to know. Good to know. And I'm sorry that I had to draw it all out. I just wanted to be completely clear in what I was thinking, just in case people go like, no, you're not thinking of this thing. So I'm trying to mansplain it. It's a shame to get rid of this tree because it actually connected to that. But oh well. Alrighty, anyways, so station needs to be, so I'm going to break off this track, maybe on its own, and we'll go down to about like down here or something. That's where the train will be. So tell you what, just to keep life simple. Yeah, I really don't know where this is supposed to be going. Can't really go that way anyway. Let's confirm one here. I think it's something like that, but then one of these is peeling off to the right. Part of me does think actually this should just be the solo track at this point. The other track will go around. Anyway, it's not a big deal. We'll just make this the solo here. Change the other aspect of it, that's okay. I love trains. I just don't like signals, man. I like them when I see them. Trains are like cool. I just hate signals and stuff. See what the best turn is here. Right, just gonna shorten this just a little bit. Excuse me. And then let's grab a foundation just so the spacing is okay on these. Go out to like there. We can turn to the right. Maybe we'll just cut through the Spire Coast for some reason in the future. Don't know if I ever will, but just to have the option, I suppose, is fine. Good, it's right height and everything. Yeah. I built 2 by accident there. My bad. This is pretty far over there, but I'm hoping it can reach. Yes. That's fine. So that's a future continuation, maybe. The other one's going to go on a single track down this line. Wow, this is really close to there, actually. I guess, again, if we're trying to build off-grid, maybe we'll just do however we want. There. Now it can go straight that way. Feels so chaotic not being on a grid, man. I don't like it. I kind of do like it. The darkest secret of them all, of it all. So liberating. Like, ah, it just doesn't matter. Nothing matters this way. I mean, I guess it's fine. It just looks so weird. Because it's just like, well, we're never turning left. Or, yeah, the other direction. So it's just like a weird single track railway that joins onto either side. Okay, principle's the same, right? So let's just follow this. And just on this beach, there's going to be a station somewhere here. Simple as that. Alright, whispering to Rosie in the night, let's play like we're going off-grid. So naughty. Ugh. Just stopping, running out of fuel, then teleporting and flipping through the stuff drives me up the wall. Oh yeah, for the trucks. I agree, they look weird. Functionally though, I love the trucks. If they just didn't glitch when you were like in their presence, that'd be nice. I also thought, I was thinking about this yesterday, it's like it's a shame they're not just electric. Why not just have electric vehicles? Not for the, I guess it would be not as fun for the game or something, but it's like you could just have a charging, like they charge at the truck stations and then they set off. And they draw power. Anyway, it's like a whole different thing, I guess. It came to my mind when I was thinking about batteries, and we were talking about batteries yesterday. Right. Signals. So... Block. Path. Path. Block. Okay. Doesn't really matter, but kind of does. So path in the future and block. Great. All right. So from here we just build our station. Is there a closer impure oil node? I think there might be. There's one up on the hill that I was going to grab. Is that one impure? No, it's normal. That's impure, and this is impure. Yeah, we'll just pull that one down. This area. 2 single tracks? That's... No, I don't have 2 single tracks. I have a... Well, I've 2 tracks. One goes forward, one goes back. But then as we're pulling into these stations, this one is being occupied by a bi-directional train, just because it's doing very little and it only will need 1 train. The volume's so low. It wasn't really my idea, but that's... I don't think it was anyway. But yeah, it seems like a cool, fun thing to do. If we don't really need more than that, then why bother? But obviously I've built a double track network. This could have been like 1 in and 1 out. And that way we'd need to have a loop so you can carry your stuff back out, as the train stays on its track the whole time. But we decided, like, no, we're building in a little cove in the other place. And because of that cove, it's like, well, there's not much room to do a loop and have a train turn around. So then, therefore, we'll use a single track and we'll just do it with signals and break it into that. That was the thinking, I think. Remember to loop the end of the track with this style? Well, we don't need to with this one. We don't have to loop it. This is still also the single track going in. And we're feeding it from this side, yeah. This is center aligned, but this isn't, so I actually need to push the thing forward. Back, actually. I think I pushed it forward last time. Let me see. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Now our input is aligned with the foundations. That's just a little easier for me to know what to do. Now we need 3 of these. And this one on the way out. Cool. And just connect that in. Boom. That's it. Got a lock on both ends. I don't know what a lock is. Trains will load here. Yes, please. Oh, locomotive? Yeah. Oh, well, that's the plan. We haven't actually built the train yet. This is just the station. But now, with this one up and running, we can actually set it all up now. The idea that one pipeline will come down, split into one junction, and go into these 3 inputs. I mean, it's as simple as that. Or it's supposed to be. Ah, we'll need buffers. Let's try our new kind of shiny blue modded color, actually. Sky blue. Make it shiny, and then make this... Yeah, that yellow is actually kind of okay. I don't have a... There we go. Oh, yeah. Ooh, glossy. So glossy. Göteborg, or whatever. Göteborg. Maybe the pipes will be yellow. Go crazy. Why not? I like golden pipes then. Maybe... We do red. Could kind of look cool. Maybe... What's the copper teal like? Weird. Black. Yeah, black is cool. We'll just make it shiny black. Absorbs all light though. We see no reflection actually, which is super interesting. Oh my god, it's like Vanta black. The void. That would be default. So default black would be shiny enough, I guess. We could do shiny, but maybe make it gray. Then you kind of see it a bit more. Alright, let's do that then. Leave it black. I don't know if you meant this thing, but yeah, that's what it would look like. Black. Do that too, for the oil. I normally do black and yellow for oil. Void black, Fanta black. Down on pipes, I've heard it recommends to stick with either Mark 1 or 2 for the entire pipe network to avoid issues. Any thoughts? I've heard this too. I've seen no evidence of that being true, but I do actually just try to do that anyway. So someone had said that before when they were like, you know, I have a Mark 2 pipeline, then my inputs are all Mark 1. They're like, just make it all Mark 2. And it's like, well, there's no harm in it, so why mess with it? So yes. But I've actually seen no evidence that that did anything, because we did that before and it didn't change anything. Did really make it short for the ray tracing parameters? Yeah, I made that joke earlier. That probably will. Should put it in a video. Best graphics 2026 Satisfactory. And that way I'd actually make money from it rather than just give that info for free. Imagine that on a short. My I'm joking by the way, but my Anno short that has like 50,000 views made $2. I mean that's what shorts do. It's supposed to bring attention to you, I guess, more than anything. Alright, so this now needs to just go and find its way up to that location. It'll be raised from this point. I'm just trying to generally gauge it, although I guess I should bring power out here first. You could just clip it out of your stream. I'm too slow at speaking. It would be not long enough for a short. I mean, I could clip it out of the stream. It's not the time to do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I could do that. Let's be real. To tell people, like, it's like, oh, you have to type in these different things. In a short, that's just like a lot of info. It's like 6 parameters that you have to type into the console, and it's long. So I'd have to figure out a way to just display that nicely and do it. So I'd probably just make a custom video or short for it where I do that succinctly. Because yeah, it's like I can't really imagine me like cutting really quickly and be like type r.lumen.reflection.smoothbias and like set this thing, or it's like type this in, you just display it on screen but you don't say anything, and then it's like vertical. So it's, I don't know, I'd have to think about it. It's not as, in my opinion, as simple as it comes across, or at least I have a quality bar in my head that I would like to do it too, and I feel like some people's shorts are so abysmally low effort where it's like they're talking about stuff you can't even see it because it's like cut off on the side. You didn't even crop your stream. Come on, dude. Anyways, but it doesn't matter, I guess. That's the whole point. Nothing matters. Perfect. Come on. To see where I need to line up. Yeah, I mean, to be even easier, I could line up where that pole is and move that pole. And then all I'd have to do is just go like straight down once I get to this point and go across, something like that. That there, so maybe one higher than that there. That could work. Alright, so that's our pipeline foundation. Oh dear. Okay. Be aligned with this side of it. Alright, let's bring this to here. And then I'll do supports or something that makes this look just a little bit better. But this will just be the idea that we just travel along here and then we just come out from that one oil extractor. And in future we can break this off because we'll probably not even going to use all of it. But for now we'll just leave it at max. Then I'll work out the numbers when we get down to the factory. Actually. And at least because it's coming down, there shouldn't be any pumping or issues with that. Anyway, sorry, let me energize myself and catch some chat. Just been going for a while. Get bogged down with some of these tasks. How would you play if you had to speedrun for max efficiency, including time to build, plan, etc.? Just curious where you would put the trade-offs. I would probably look into... I mean, if you're really... If I had like... If there's like $1 million on the line, it's like, you gotta speedrun this game for progression. What do you do? Like, without just looking up videos of how other people do it. What I presume you'd need to do is look at like where different hard drive sites are in the world and know where things are. So hard drive sites have different like resources around them, right? So it's like, okay, cool. I need to know where I can get like turbo motors or whatever it might be. And getting that thing will then allow me to progress milestones a bit quicker. So I can just bypass a lot of the early milestones by just finding things. So running around the world finding things, knowing where they are, because they don't change. That'd be like my priority. Probably number one. Then syncing some of the extra items that I don't want to get tickets to then buy things I do want so I can progress a bit faster. Then it would really just for me even be... I'd just be trying to build in like really low volume. Yeah, because I'm not a speedrunner. Like I know people do this like crazy things or they just build like... I don't even know how they do it. But as a normal speedrun, let's say, like a non-super crazy, glitchy, non-glitchy speedrun, it would just be like, oh, okay, like, I know exactly how many of everything I need to make. It's on the wiki. You need like 5,200 smart plating and, you know, 2,000 whatever and 1,000 modular engines and whatever. So I'd be like, right, I'm just going to like get these machines going at a low volume. Not a super low volume, but a low enough that 5,000 could be done in like 2 or 3 hours, whatever that might be. Maybe a bit longer than that, but my speedrun would probably be like 8 hours or something at best. So yeah, and once they're kind of like almost done, you like delete all those machines and then you move everything over to like the next set of items and then you use sloops to like sloop all these things as well. And I imagine you could probably beat the game at very little power actually. And I'd mostly tap power from easy sources like geothermal. Like I get all the geothermal in the world, just hook it up to a network, build power storage, you know. Just that kind of thing. That's probably what I'd be doing. If I was to really try and apply myself to speedrun the game. Just anything to progress in a way. Because I don't know much about the actual glitches in the game. That's where my head would go. It's like, yep, find where the good items are. Use some of them to make... What's the term like? Yeah, make tickets, sorry, and then get the items that you want, advance milestones, get to the milestones that give you, like, easy power, like geothermal, that sort of thing. I wonder, can I do this in a better way? Can this, if I go like that, there we go. Better. Interesting, it made those black. Alright. So you're going to move this power pole, because it's actually not that bad. Considering, like, I'm actually not clipping through it. I guess it's clipping through the ground, though. Yeah, so I'll just move this. Don't know where I should put it. I mean, over there, I guess would be good. Or just then it'd be clipping. It's actually not clipping. Cool. Alright, we're online. 60 per minute, that's good. Just leave it like that. Maybe we could do... Yeah, the yellow is actually fine. Standard yellow. Don't think it needs to be shiny yellow. And I'll probably make this grip metal. Wonder is there anything we can do to make that shiny? Like shinier. Like everything's shiny. Any finish get applied to that? No? No. And then yeah, I guess just for little tiny mini cosmetics in this area, just some railing. Do one. I'm gonna color it that shiny black. Would you just brute force build from scratch or spend time in reusable blueprints, for example? Oh yeah, so in that regard, if I was really just trying to progress, you'd actually have pretty low volume, so you wouldn't really need many blueprints, in my opinion. Because you wouldn't need that many machines. So yeah, I don't think I mean, I'd probably use my blueprints where it's like there's already the input and output connected. That would save time. For like even things like constructors. So that'd be good. So yeah, I'd probably brute force a lot. But to save a bit of time, like maybe refinery setups that have like their 2 inputs and 2 outputs hooked up already, that'd be nice. I don't think I'd use trucks or drones, or I might use drones actually, but I don't think I'd use trucks or trains. It's a lot of wasted time building either roads or driving the routes and stuff like that. So I'd probably just use belt tracks. And now with the auto connect feature, it's just like, yeah, let's just auto connect some belts across wherever we need to, and just bring ore in like that. I'd be spaghettiing all over the place as well. That's for sure. All right, cool. This looks all right. I would say even maybe move that there. Not that it needs it, but it'd be kind of cool to have a ladder here. Oh, it does need it. I don't have a hover pack here. There we go. You can't fall off either. Get on. Kind of. Good. Alright. Ow. Okay, that's all I'll do, just tiny little mini cosmetic there. Lazy cosmetic, that's fine. Maybe get rid of some of these trees. The worst offenders. Pokemon streamers, when they say shiny... When they shiny hunt? What's that? Is that like the type of card pack or something? Shiny foil pack or something? Man, my childhood's so sad. I mean, obviously I had a great childhood. It was actually great. Loved it. But I had Yu-Gi-Oh cards and I had Pokemon cards, but no one to play with. And don't know where they are. I mean, they're probably just gone now. In the bin somewhere. Who knows what I had. I remember trying to play like the game against myself. And every year we get like board games and stuff for Christmas, and I'd just be playing like the game of life by myself. Or here's the real sad one. Who wants to be a millionaire? So I'd like really try and see the question without the answer, and then I'd write down the answer. And then I'd pull the back of the card and be like, did I get it? It's not that I didn't have any friends. It's just that I lived in a rural town, like really rural. My friends play video games a little bit when I did see them, but yeah. No one in my family played board games and stuff. And I remember Rosie told me, she was like, oh, I had the same kind of thing. It's like, oh, so sad. We only lived like 15 minutes away from each other. We'd have been best friends as kids. Only child life. I wasn't an only child either. My brother's 5 years older than me, so he's just not interested, I guess. My brother's into games, though. He got me into... Well, I guess he kind of got me into games. But yeah, I can imagine being an only child. Same thing, right, though, generally speaking. Anyway, I just bring that up because it was mentioned about card packs. It's like, I always would have loved to get into that kind of thing. But oh well. Right, so we should have the oil filling all these buffers now. This should be reaching all the way down here. Is we full yet? No? Getting here. Taking a long time. Oh, did I disconnect? No, power's connected, isn't it? Yeah, could be. I just very quickly this, and what does it look like black? Nah, it's too dark. Make it unpainted, that's what I normally do. I just feel like that gives it some border and structure to the overall thing. Actually, go here, and I can put in the buffer stop at the end just to look a bit cool. Oh, I have no more bombs. Oh yeah. Where did I get that other one from? Thought I was out a while ago. Can I get rid of this? Is that a bomb? No, it's not letting me. I'll have to just make one later and get rid of it. Okay, there's still time. I've still got no friends though. There's no one I could play with. There's no change in that. Well, I actually had more friends back then than I do now, but now I don't have any, so it's like ain't no board game time for me. Me and Rosie play every now and then. We played a game called Odin's Raven the other night, which is just like a very quick little 2-player board game. And she's beaten me 3 times. I can't beat her. So good for her. Okay. See if I can move this. That's gonna cut the oil for a second. And I'm extremely shy. So there's also that. Right, so let's call this. This is the oil outpost. This is the return, right? This is where the train has to go. I don't know if I need to call it that. Oil outpost 01 return. This is the leaving station. This is where it leaves. Maybe import and... yeah. I'll just call it 01B. A and B is probably simpler. A being the arrival. Easy to remember. Cool, so there we go. That's it. Have a little look. Obviously quickly done, right? But okay, there's an aesthetic to it. The shininess helps for sure. And then, yeah, you could probably add more walkway to this, and that's where the ladder goes up and goes up to our little oil section. Cool. Maybe just so that we can see the oil pumping, I'll change this from a clean pipe at one segment, maybe this segment, to a non-clean. Dirty. I can see it pumping a little bit. 60 per minute we should be getting. It has to go up before it comes down. It goes up just a little bit, but that should be less than 10 meters, right? I'm pretty sure. I feel kind of similar with Satisfactory. Got an old but decent PC from work, set up a server on it. A few of my friends have Satisfactory, but we can't find times to play together. Yeah, that's just the way it is when you get older. I think people have hard to line up schedules together. 94%, really. This is, yeah, it's just 4 meters. That's fine. You don't need 2 train stations, same line. Oh, do you not? Is it just an empty platform is all I need? We don't even need an empty platform. I think people have told me before, but it can be nice to have one to contain the thing that comes in. When you're young, you feel bad about not having friends. When you get old, you have no friends because you have no time, and you're fine with it. Yeah, I am genuinely fine with it. Like, I have friends I play with online every now and then, so it's all good. And I've got Rosie. You know, we play games and do stuff together loads of times. We're best friends. All right, cool. We can drive the journey now. We can actually just let it take me there itself. See if it works. Load our first batch. Yeah, so I'll just set one up. Even before this turn, we'll set one up and then just drive in, load, and then get out. I'm sorry, yeah, this is the chat there I need to read in a second about moving day, someone asked. So if we made this like completely dark black, you just like wouldn't even see it. Phantom train. That looks pretty cool, actually. Interesting. It just absorbs all light, but it makes the gold strip like quite shiny, I guess, as a result. Try that out for a little bit. See how it looks. Dark train. All right, so we say edit the timetable. So the other places, I haven't given them their names yet. Damn, I don't know which one's which, actually. I think it was Rotterdam that we want to go into. So we'll go oil outpost A and then Rotterdam. Turn on. Well, it's figured to route out at least to this place. Shiny black is awesome. I'll have to hop into the other side actually in a second. It does look good though. I mean, it's unrealistically dark. Anyways, yeah, let me catch up a bit. So, I like to prank this when you said that. Lots of people go to comic stores or card shops to play with other people. Lets you make new friends. Yeah, me and Rosie went to one once. We're just too shy. I just wouldn't even know what to do. Like, we went to one. And we bought a couple of board games, but we didn't like sit down and interact with anyone. We're just too shy. Chiber talks to hundreds of people multiple times a week. Oh, it's totally different like that. You guys are my people, you know? If I went to a Satisfactory meeting, it's like, yeah, I'd be comfortable talking to people because I know what to talk about. It's not even being in person that would be the thing that makes me like shy. It's like I just don't even know how to strike up conversations with people. It's just, it's awkward. I just find it incredibly awkward. Anyway, when's moving day? We need to book in some international flights. Yeah, I think June 4th is our moving day at the moment. I was talking to my landlord today and I gave him like he's been very nice, even given the whole situation. He's like, I totally understand that you would have been put out, so I get it. So I was like, yeah, good. But he was like, we do need a date And if you can make it sooner rather than later, that'd be nice, just because the other people are waiting. So I was like, okay, yeah, so I told him 22nd. Like, we'll be up by the 22nd. So I've been told that this new place will be ready on the 4th. That's when we pay the money, that's when we get the keys. So hopefully that works, and if that gives us like 2 weeks then to just clean the original part and move everything over, get internet set up, get everything going. All I'm doing is moving upstairs, so it should be nice and quick. Did I build the wrong type of things? Are these fluid containers? Yeah, they are, right? There we go, the journey was a success. I painted these, but you can't really... Yeah, I guess it's just the top bits that are slightly colored. They haven't been set to load or unload though, so that's why it's not doing anything. But it's fine, we'll let it make its journey back and back here. This is... the weapons factory, so I don't know. Weapons and equipment factory, the WEF. It's interesting music. Oh my god, no. It's slowed and reverb Hans Zimmer. It just auto-played. I hope I don't get copyright struck. I was like, this is cool music. Oh wait, that's because I can't use it. Yeah, that's fine. The important thing is, though, with the house move and everything, the important thing, I won. That's the black version. We'll make it the dark gray one. Oh, I disconnected the whole power. I'm surprised the train's running at all. This needs to connect to the station to increase the foundations here as well. Probably place the pole down again in a sec, actually. This is too... I'm confused. Oh, this is where we need to be? Okay. To winning, indeed. Is the Boombox music copyrighted? No. It's just from other game soundtracks, I believe. Some of it's pretty good. Alright, I mean, this took ages just to build an oil train. But I guess, and I thought with blueprints it'd be so much quicker, but oh well. I guess I had to go get all the materials and everything. But we're here now, we have it finally in place. So this is going to be our new world grid. And these need buffers of their own. Do that first, and then we have to decide what we're doing with this oil. We need a couple of refineries. I'll just set them to unload now, so that we actually get the next delivery. Bobinism absolute fix it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one actually, it's a bit weird. I've done it now, random channel. Sorry, it took a while. Damn. Oh yeah. What does it look like if you do shiny on the ground? So even standard concrete now can look like an almost polished version. That's pretty cool. It's like wet concrete, almost. Man, the game's looking really nice. the way. It'd be cool if they just hung there and you see all the liquid like flowing out of it or something, like it just empties, like cool. How much did we get? Not much. It's 60 per minute being divided by 3, so it's 20 per minute going into each one. And they all should just merge back up, basically. The shiny is doing wonders. 'Tis indeed. So water extractors can maybe go over there. I don't mind going over this water. We'll have the generator thing there. Can I build one of those yet? No, it must be in the sorry that I didn't pick up the slug. Ow, come on, dude. High-speed connectors, quick wire. Oh, we can do this now. Oh, that's stopped before it hit 300? Interesting. Look into that. Quick wire is the other one. Still not enough though, right? Oh no, we do. Yeah, cool. Geothermal generator. Geothermal generator unlocked. Geysers added to the resource scanner. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Cool. That's kind of, it doesn't really matter, but something like that, more in line with the things we have. Is there 2 here? Oh yeah. Maybe we can make them a brighter color. Lime green, AI limiter green. Tiny. Sky blue might look good on those, the electric blue. Maybe red? Roamed out of our mind. Oh, this looks so good. How has no other creator done this stuff yet with the shininess? Or maybe they have, I don't know. No one seems to know about it. I don't know why I'm flying around, we can just do this. It looks so cool. Putting a saturated color like 50, what does it look like? Yeah, good question. Let's just start off simple, we'll do 10. So probably no effect on these. I wonder about the polished concrete. Oh my god. Let me brighten up the day. So if this was... Alright, that again. Coated concrete, and I did that same color, it'd be like this teal blue, like a really saturated version of it, right? That's what we did with the copper Caterium plant. So if we make that a matte, or not a matte, but just a default. Seems weird. Let me just see. So copper orange, and then I set it to 10. That's how I got that like really strong orange we had in the, the aluminum plant. If I do that here, okay, so that's matte. If we do it here, shiny, on the same thing, so shiny on coated concrete, and if it's coated concrete here, but we don't do the 10 thing. We just do the standard copper. So this will be... Well, just... I know this is a bit messy, but let's do default. There we go. Bonk. Alright, so... Really? Oh, yeah, actually... Yeah. Shiny. Sorry, shiny. That's it. Okay, so there's the difference. So this is using the new shiny, copper orange, on coated concrete. Buffing it up to 10, saturation, that's what we get. Let's go up even higher then, see how much crazier it goes. I didn't know it goes much more than 10, to be honest, but let's try see. The color, I suppose, starts to change at that point. And it doesn't seem to be any brighter, if you know what I mean. What about the matte colors? Oh my god, it's very bright on that though. Yeah, it's a good little test though to experiment to see what that's like. That'd be the standard. Coated concrete anyway. I'll get back to that in a sec. Let's just keep focusing on this. So, how much power do you get out of these? Up to 300. And on this one too. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da. These are totally empty now. Nice, we got nearly 400 oil. But I might have to call it there, guys. I know I don't mean to tease, but maybe we'll just build this now next week. So the oil is here. I need to then work out the rates. It'll take quite a while. Work out the rates, we'll use this power. We'll build a little area, like this little pirate cove almost. We have our sulfur. We have to bring our coal in. Those two combined, we set up some drone ports maybe on the roof up here somewhere. Yeah, I can hook up the generators. It's just that they're fluctuating. It's normally why I would want to hook them up to batteries first, but we could just add them to the network. This is our network here, just with these two on their own. Production. 300. There we go. Let's give that a minute and we'll track it in a sec. Jeez. You can make light out of concrete using color settings. Yeah, if you go bright enough. Yeah, I saw something about that. It was it Construction? It was someone made a YouTube short. Can't remember who it was. But they showed it wasn't a sign, but it was something that they just changed the material of, and it became so bright that it looked like a light. And a dynamic one that you could just make bigger and bigger. Can't remember what it was though, or what item you do that to. It'd be good to know. That's what you get with geothermal, these big peaks and valleys basically. We can just add that on there if you want. So my power network at the moment, this is why I didn't hook it in initially. It's really steady and stable. And this is giving us really not that much. 600 megawatts of power. Like, it's not really that much. But it could run this factory. At best here, it's at 496. That's very specific. Wouldn't it be 600? I guess it's because the timings are offset. You'd have to try to time them together. When this reaches 100, I could flick the switch before it then ramps itself back up, right? I'll probably do that. And if we flick both of them roughly at the same time, then they should be in the same wind up and fall down. Not that it really matters, but then we should see the true peak. And then we have to hook them up to power storage, so we're storing the excess power there. Oh my god, scared the crap out of me, that. That's funny. Oh, that's kind of good. I can now turn them on and pull the switch actually to get them at the same time. Started in the middle. Will this one start in the middle? Ah, they're all off. Whatever. This one's going up and this one's going down. Yeah, whatever. Tried. Running this factory with just the two geothermal would be nice. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. And I think you could do it. I think you could do it. That way they'd stay away from... And I could even put the train line on it. If I wanted. A bit more risky doing that. Any excess coal we could burn in one generator also, if we wanted to take from the impure node and we had some left over. With 600 megawatts with a couple of batteries, that's more than you need for just the few refineries here. Definitely could do that. So that'll be the challenge, the fun of this one. This is a cool little idea, I think, building in this area. The rail line, the bi-directional rail that comes in. Quite happy with it. Little oil train doing its thing. This is a fun one. Glad you guys chose it for the vote. Yeah, self-sufficient factories are cool. Cool concept. That would be an interesting challenge to play a game that way, where it's like we build power suited for every factory rather than one big power grid. I know it sounds like a nightmare, but in some ways I get annoyed tracking down issues when it's all on one big network. Definitely easier though. Geothermal and batteries for the initial aluminum. Yeah. Alright, well, I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday as per usual. I want to check those dates because, like I said, one of them is supposed to be my move date. Wednesday. I can move things whenever though, and my internet won't be set up by then. So I like to think I should be live just as normal Wednesday and Thursday, and then after that I'll probably do my move of the office. But in theory, on the 4th and 5th, that's the day we sign contracts and go in, so maybe I'll be at my solicitor's office for a little bit. Either way, I'm pretty confident I'll be streaming then, so I wouldn't worry about it. Might just be a bit later than usual or earlier than usual. Alright. Anyway, I've saved this already, so that's going to be it for me. Thanks for all the support today. I don't know who ended on the top of the leaderboard. 400 XP for Eric Munnings. The Evan Roach, number 2 at 375. Music Lover at 375. Vex Runner at 375. And Todd Rafferty at 375 XP. So the top 5 winners. The top 5 YouTube community there. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Orstat. Yeah, you guys have a good weekend too. And I'll try to remember where to post those console commands, right? You can do it in this screen here. Whoops. So I'll have to do that and post it on my whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. That'll be just the best place to send everyone to see it. So maybe a little text file there. We'll do that a bit later. All right, that's going to be it for me. Thank you again. Really appreciate everyone hanging out with me. You guys make the midweek hump much more fun. Put it that way. And thank you, Dan. And also, if is there anyone for saying good luck with the move and stuff, appreciate it. If you are in City Fiber provider, have a look at them. My Zen internet is awesome. So I'm in the UK. I don't know if you are. Oh yeah, your name is Fizzer UK. I'm with Virgin Media. There's not many in this area, or there wasn't 2 years ago, because this is a new development, I guess. Well, it's new. It was built in 2018. It took a while for people to get here, so there was only BT and Virgin. So I'm on Virgin, and I'm pretty happy with their service. It's very good. It never goes down, never have an issue. It's a bit expensive, but it's fast. So it is what it is. But I'll look into it. Maybe it would be a good time to think about swapping if we're going to do it now. Yeah, exactly. Just search and check. Will do. All right, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great weekend. Good night. Goodbye. Till next time. See ya.